All right. I am, yeah, I'm live. And I'm like, what? I'm live, folks. And today has been a day. Today's been an interesting freaking day. And I'm really kind of interested in what you folks got to say about it. To be totally honest with you, I kind of want to know what's going on. Yes, indeed. Hey, what's going on, Chaos User? How are you? Keith, I don't know if you're back in here. I got a couple folks in here. Got a thumbs up in there too. Hey, how are you? Wow. Well, what do we say? What happened? Perry Bat says, what's up, Phil? Lots up. A whole lot. Oh boy. Pickle says, I don't like talking politics, but wow. I know, right? Come on, folks. I want to know what y'all think about what happened today. Hey, John, how you doing? Masari, Drax, Ray. What's going on, Ray? Everybody that saw what I saw. What? Come on now. Come on now. Hey, Drew. Benisi, what's going on? John says, more love needed in the world. No, less stupidity. Less stupidity is needed in the world. Come on, folks. Now, there is no way you can justify the stuff that happened today in D.C. All right? There is nothing wrong, Jeff said, there's nothing wrong with a peaceful protest. Nothing wrong with that. And I'm going all the way back. I've been saying this for the better part of 2 years, 3 years. There's nothing wrong with a peaceful protest. And riots, breaking stuff, hurting people, scaring people, that's wrong. And I've also said there's a distinct difference between a peaceful protest and a riot. Okay, what happened today? Was that a peaceful protest or was it a riot? What happened? Come on, man. What happened today? Let me tell you what I saw. What I saw was President Trump had a rally. I don't know, it was the American something come together rally. I don't know what the name is. I ain't hating on you guys that are Republicans, and that's cool. Nothing wrong with being a Republican. All right. But there was some type of rally that went on, and Trump was talking the election was stolen and all of that nonsense, because this election was not fucking stolen. This election was conducted. Anyway, in that rally, and I watched part of it, somebody says depends on whose opinion and views you looking at it from. People voted, votes were counted, Trump got less, election's over. There's no other opinion, man. Rich, that's what happened. That's what happened. They done counted Georgia's votes 3-4 times. They've had 62 court cases. Out of 62 court cases, not one of those was won based on widespread election fraud. Not one of them. And I'll keep saying that, oh, it was stolen. I keep saying, prove it. That's never fucking happened. Anyway, talking about if that's a riot or a protest. Okay, a protest is when you go down and have according to everything I know about a protest, you go down because you're unhappy about something, you want your voice heard, you get seen, and you leave. Nothing gets broken. Nobody gets hurt. No one's intimidated. No one's scared of anything. That's a protest. A riot is when someone's intimidated, something's broken, or some harm's been done. So today, based on your opinion, was that a protest or was that a freaking riot? Rich? Because I swear they kicked in the windows of the Capitol. When in the Capitol, one person was taking pictures in freaking Pence's seat in the Senate, and another person was in Pelosi's seat in the House and left her a note. Now, what? Tell me that was a freaking peaceful protest. Rich, and you're my airborne buddy. Those that don't know, Rich and Divine, we freaking served together. We jumped out of airplanes together. We did road marches. We got hurt. Did all kind of shit together for years. And he's a Republican, and I can respect that. But I can't get past the relentless, can't accept the fucking truth, man. Come on. They stormed the U.S. Capitol. Thanks, Francois. That's what happened. I was watching TV today, and someone said this. It's a shame that the day the very first black man got elected to the Senate from Georgia was the same day that there was a Confederate flag waving on the freaking at the U.S. Capitol. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? A bunch of people that are protesting because of a loser waving the flag of the loser's fucking side. Confederate flag is the flag of fucking losers. They are not anything established as far as fucking anything. They lost the war. It's done. JT Morin says, and should I mention I'm not okay with it either? Good. This is a complete embarrassment, in my opinion, only mine. It's a complete embarrassment of the United States of America, because the entire fucking world is looking at that shit. We used to be the world leaders. They used to call the president of the United States the leader of the free world. Come on, man. We used to go to other countries and show them the right way to be a democracy and how to run a government and blah, blah, blah. We can't even do that fucking shit now. Congratulations. Ding, ding, ding. We're a third world fucking country. Because that's the shit that happens in a third world country. The guy in charge don't want to leave, incites freaking riots, and all of a sudden people are storming the fucking the Capitol. That's what happens in third world countries. Y'all put your hands together for being a third world fucking country. Come on, man. Rich, what you got? Well, look at what happened over the summer when all the mayors and governors of the Democratic-controlled states let the riots continue and called them protests. No, they called the riots riots and the protests protests. How come you can identify the difference between a good cop and a bad cop, but you can't identify the difference between a riot and a protest? I don't understand that. Jumble it all together all you want, Rich. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. They did not? Okay. Everybody that's listening, if you know what happened, you do. If you don't, you don't. Keith Bettag, he said, D.C. knew what was coming for months now. I would like to know where the security... I agree, Keith, to let people in the Senate chamber of the House... This is what I think, Keith. This is what I think happened. I think based on all of the riots, all of the protests that happened in the past, I didn't mean to say protest, damn it. Scotch, I'm starting early. All of the Trump rallies that started in the past were Trump rallies. They could show up in masses with no masks. Anyway, and listen to Trump say what he was going to say. That's cool. All right. It's not cool with the pandemic, but after the rally was over, they took their COVID infected mass spreading asses back home. And I think that's what they thought was going on. Now, this time it was different. This time was different. This time it was completely different. They went down there. No, Rich, I'm not taking call-ins. If you want to be, I'll send you a link and you can come on the show. You want to come? You got a camera? You got a camera and a microphone? You got a smartphone? You can set it up? I'll bring you on. We can talk about it face to face. We can do that. I'll bring you on the show. Rich. Anyway, what did you guys see? What happened? It was crazy. It was crazy. Hey, George Willis, how you doing, brother? Oh, you want to come on, Rich? All right, here we go. I'll send you a link, my friend. I sure will. So anyway, what you guys got, folks? You could say whatever you want when you get on here. Here it comes. There you go. We can talk about it. Just George Willis says good. Just 2 through, yeah. John Dungia, nobody says a motherfucking thing about the fucking Antifa, fucking Black Lives Matter, and the fires is the cities burning, people getting murdered and raped and pitfall. But the one fucking day your motherfuckers make a big deal out of what? All right, out of all the Antifa, Black Lives Matter, fires and blah, 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 name one time a motherfucker went to the White House or the freaking Senate, the Congress, or the freaking Supreme Court building and kicked the fucking window in. Name one time that happened. Huh? Oh, Rich, I sent it to your instant messenger. I sent it to instant messenger, Facebook instant messenger. John, when did that happen? In 4 years, 8 years, 12 years? How about that's never happened since the 1800s when the French did it? Assaulted the Capitol. 1800s. Fuck out of here with that shit. All right. I'm waiting on my buddy Rich to pop in. Gary says, no, the pussies broke into businesses. Yeah, the pussies did break into businesses. They did. And I hope they all got arrested or whatever, because freaking riots are wrong. No matter where they're at. But the freaking kicking the Capitol because you're unhappy with the results of an election? Now, the other riots, you can call it Black Lives Matter, whatever the fuck, people were getting killed for no reason. Black people shot, people in their house getting killed, gunned the fuck down, people got fed up. What they say, people who riot are the ones that feel like they don't have a voice. All right? But no one freaking went to the White House or no one went to the freaking Capitol. Oh, waiting on Rich. Says device not connected. Waiting on Rich. I think he's coming in here. Mona says, hi, Papa Phil. Just heard about the madness and the police stood down. Please be safe. I'm good. I'm not in D.C. I'm in North Carolina. I'm straight. All right. Gene says pipe bomb left around the Capitol. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they swept it. I hope they do. That's the smart thing to do. They got to sweep and clear the Capitol. They got to clear the building and the surrounding area before they even bring in any of the freaking, I'm going to say legislators. Before they bring in any of the freaking House or the Senate, they got to clear the whole building. What's to say there ain't somebody hiding out? Oh, there's Rich. Coming on in here, man. Bam. What's going on, my friend? Good to see you.
What's going on, man?
Man, you saw what's going on.
Now, here, first of all,
yeah.
I'll start this off. Do I know what they did? No. Am I surprised that it happened? No.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
See, now I agree. I'm not surprised that it happened. Well, I'm surprised at the extent that it went. I'll put it that way. I wasn't expecting anybody to go into the Capitol. I wasn't expecting that. But anyway, you were saying.
Now, if you look at everything that's happened since Trump has been elected,
Okay.
okay, that first we'll go with this. You know, you go with there's no, all interference and collusion and all that stuff. You take all that, right?
Yep. Yep.
And then now then you take all the protesting and rights that the police never were properly allowed to handle and squash them, right?
In what way?
Well, if you go to like Seattle, Portland, Chicago, all the cities where all the Democratic controlled mayors and governors just let them burn and loot, correct?
But what does properly handle mean?
Well, when you have rioting and when you have protests that are not, because almost every protest nowadays has to have some sort of permit from the city, right? Most of the time.
Depends on the city. Depends on the city or state law. Yeah.
Yeah. So now, when those happen, usually the police come in, break them up, send everybody home, whatever, arrest anybody that needs to be arrested, and go on.
If it's an organized protest.
Yes.
If it's an organized protest, yes.
Yeah. So, but they were never allowed to do that. They were told the hands off, do that. Perfect example, Minneapolis, blocks on blocks burned.
Right.
That should never have happened.
I agree.
Never. So now you see all these areas saying hands off, police hands off, hands off. We had city buildings, county buildings, federal buildings attacked, police taken over. All these people let this stuff happen.
Right.
Correct?
Now, was that every protest or just a highlighted protest that did that crazy shit?
Well, look at the major cities that happened in.
Okay, but
right?
My argument is
you can't say every protest because obviously
right, because what I was going to say is there were far more peaceful protests that weren't covered because nothing happened than the ones that turned into riots.
Yeah.
So I'm with you on it.
Like here, give a perfect example. Here in Fort Worth, I got caught up in one of the protests because they decided to leave the area that they were permitted to and started walking across the bridge.
Okay.
So corralled them, held them there for a while, and then forced them out.
Okay. Peaceful protest. It was handled, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's the way it should have been done, correct?
That seems like the perfect amount of force for the perfect amount of freaking disruption. Yeah.
Yeah. So with everything you have going on, people perceive as the illegal vote tallies and counts that happen in some of these cities and Democratic areas. Now you are going to certify an election they don't think is true and correct.
Okay, now they've had plenty of opportunity to prove that. And they haven't.
Okay, here's a perfect example. State Republicans from state legislation in Pennsylvania have put out numbers and sworn affidavits about these numbers where they say a certain amount of votes are supposed to be counted and how they're supposed to be counted, and all these ways were ignored, and the governor and state secretary of Pennsylvania and the court and some of the courts in Pennsylvania said, no, you can take those and you can do that is correct, right?
There was a part, I think it was Pennsylvania, where they had a certain amount of votes that were in question. They said, set those aside, don't touch them, but continue doing what you're doing. Am I right on that part?
Part of that is true, yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry?
I believe it was the governor and the court said that any ballots that come in after 8 o'clock on election night will be counted, even though Pennsylvania state law, which the state legislators make that law, says, no, you cannot count those ballots. They went ahead and counted them anyway.
Okay. And then what did they do to correct the problem?
They didn't. That's part of some of the lawsuits that are still ongoing.
There ain't no more Trump lawsuits out there.
This is something that Pennsylvania state legislature is trying to handle.
Okay, but they're trying to handle the election.
But okay,
I got you.
But you know, so now you have all this stuff going on that they think that, you know, everybody thinks that President Trump has been reelected.
Don't say everybody.
Well, okay. Okay, the people that are supposedly out there protesting in D.C. right now.
The people that believe everything Trump says are protesting right now.
No. You can't say they believe everything Trump says.
I'm saying, dude, not everything. I stand corrected. I'm following my own rules. But the people that have the belief that the election was stolen, there is no proof of that.
Well, I mean, if you stop counting votes at 2:00 in the morning and all of a sudden there's a new 100,000 votes come in and they're all for one candidate and not the other.
Well, let's address that.
Suspicious, correct? Is that
no? It's not suspicious. I could explain that. I could explain that perfectly. Give me a minute. We had a president for months saying that there's going to be a disaster if you use mail-in votes. For months, he was saying that. On top of that, he put in the brand new freaking Postmaster General by the name of DeJoy. DeJoy, who happened to be a Trump supporter financially. So he magically is the Postmaster General. Sidebar, he also was the one that was giving money to our freaking senator, freaking Tom Tillis. And that money came from support that he gave, and then he got his money back from people that were employed by him. So he did a mass freaking donation for the company, but then got the money back from the employees. That's the guy we're talking about. So anyway, been a campaign against mail-in ballots. Then he puts in his boy DeJoy. Didn't mean to rhyme on that. Puts it boy DeJoy, and all of a sudden they start slowing down the mail. They start picking up freaking post office boxes and all of that stuff. They started taking out sorting machines until that turned into a stink, and then they said they were going to stop doing it. He even took away overtime so that people couldn't work extra. That's DeJoy, our Postmaster General. So now he put all of this doubt. Hold on, let me finish. Okay. He put all of this doubt in the post office, the postal service, and against mail-in voting. All right. So now once the election happened, the Democrats continued to use mail-in voting because, one, it was legal, COVID, and they weren't trying to freaking get out there. Whereas a lot of Republicans, Trump supporters, were like, the virus ain't shit. It's not real. It's a freaking hoax. And they didn't mail in because they wanted to show up on the day of election like Republicans normally do and what Trump wanted them to do. So now, once they start freaking counting votes.
Can I address something real quick?
Sure.
So everybody thinks like standing in line to do your vote was so dangerous. But then why is standing in line at Walmart, Target, or any place like that okay?
Because people have to eat.
Honest opinion.
Some shit you got to do, some shit you don't. You answer my question.
That's the point. People said going to vote is so dangerous for your health because of coronavirus. But you're still standing in line with those same people at Walmart and Target and the grocery store. So
I'm supposed to starve to death?
But
that's more hazardous than the virus.
I'm not saying there's pickup, right? There's delivery services.
For some people, yeah.
But now you see the point.
Well, the point is to have it delivered. I'm sorry.
If it's not dangerous enough to force stores to do deliveries and pickups, then the virus can't be that dangerous to go and stand in line to vote. Where when I went to vote, there was places all marked off to do the whole social distancing. As
Right.
soon as you walked into the door, there was hand sanitizer. They made sure you had your mask on.
All right.
Everything was wiped clean. Even the
Right.
pins that you use on the
They gave them away. I took mine.
you know, they
Yeah.
all, so there was no way. I mean, unless you started licking the machine, and then people started using their finger on the machine and not pen
Right.
to get it. So there was, I mean, some of the doctor's offices I've been into didn't go that far as making sure no one touched anything and all that.
I mean, that was at your polling place. I don't know what happened all over the nation. I don't know. But
you have to
I see your point.
Taking some sort of, you know.
I see that's a valid point. Yeah.
So, and I can tell you this: at Walmart and Target and Kroger in my area, they don't come and wipe the counters down after every person. They don't come and wipe off the keypad that you use. So you have.
I agree.
You have a better chance catching it at those places than you did at the voting booth in my area. I'll say that. I'll put it because who knows whether people did it, but at least in Tarrant County, where I went and voted in Tarrant County, Texas, that's the way it was done.
And that's a valid point. But that has nothing to do with the amount of mail-in ballot that Trump didn't get. He didn't get a bunch of mail-in because he was telling people not to fucking do it. Don't mail in. He was saying show up at the election, his words, show up at the election, and even if you did mail in, show up in the election and verify. Show up yourself. Trump's words. So if you put doubt in the system of mail-in ballot, don't turn around and bitch when you don't get mail-in votes.
But
that's
to get
all I'm
into
saying.
This whole, so all this has led up to where we're at today. So everything from 2016, because as soon as he got elected, you know, nobody on the left or Democrats wanted to accept him as president.
That's bullshit. No, that's not. Because I didn't want Donald Trump. But as soon as he got it, hold on, hear me out. Most, you can't even say most. You can say a lot. Because Donald Trump was a legitimate president of the United States. I even said, and I ain't like him, before I started calling him a jackass, before he proved himself, and I did that, and I'm a former soldier, and I never, ever have disrespected the commander-in-chief as a soldier, but I'm retired. I ain't in the military, and I don't have a fucking commander-in-chief no more. Okay. But
that makes both of us.
Yeah. Now, freaking, when he got elected, I said, and I wish I could find the shit. I've been on Facebook for a long time. I said, you know what? He can't destroy the nation. They said the same thing about Obama. He didn't destroy the nation. You got advisors. He'll listen to them. He's only one man. How much damage can he do? That's what I said. Give the man a chance. That's what I said. Until I started seeing the shit he was saying and doing. And I'm sure there was a lot of people just like me.
But the Democratic leadership, the Democratic senators, all the actual politicians, as soon as he got elected, was trying to get rid of him.
That's true. Just like McConnell and them said, freaking, we're going to make sure that Obama's a one-term president the day of the election, the day of the inauguration. So there's no change there.
Yeah. But now you is that a surprise that happened today?
A surprise. What surprised me is that they actually breached the freaking Capitol building and went in. They treated the Capitol building, let's go back to the riots, Black Lives Matters and all that shit. They treated the Capitol building like a freaking corner store. They kicked that motherfucker in and they treated it like shit. A freaking revered building, historical building. Trump supporters treated that motherfucker like it wasn't shit, and they went in there and scared the fuck out of Congress. All of them. House of Representatives and the Senate.
Now,
yes.
There may be some Antifa involved in there too.
My ass. I watched them when they were kicking it in, and there wasn't no Antifa Sunday. There was motherfuckers holding Trump signs all over that place. Come on, man.
I can't.
Come on, man.
There is reports out there. I don't know if you've seen them or not.
No, I have. If it was on Newsmax, OAN, or Fox, I didn't see the shit.
Actually, this was all over Twitter.
All over. It can't be all over. Dude, you know what I've done all day? Watch this shit. So it ain't all over the place because I ain't synced it.
Okay, I'll send you the screenshot of Twitter where it said that where Antifa members were talking about wearing.
I heard that showing up and wearing freaking Black Lives Matter. I mean, wearing hats backwards and shit.
And if you look at the video, there's a lot of it when they started.
Who sent the tweet? Just like the tweet of the Proud Boys supposed to be showing up at the inauguration. Come on, man. I saw that too.
You can send it to me if you want.
Send what?
I haven't seen that one yet, so you can send that to me if you want.
Well, that's fair because I didn't. Okay, I'll dig it up. I don't even have Twitter, but I'll dig it up. I'll dig it up.
But where this is where we're getting though, is where all this stuff happened. Where the Democrats and they didn't want to call the National Guard, they didn't want to do all this. They let all these cities burn.
Right.
And now all of a sudden, a Republican protest, we'll call it a Republican protest, right? Since it's didn't.
No, wait. No, that's not a Republican protest. That was a Trump protest. See, we have now.
I will say Trump.
Yeah, call it a Trump protest.
It was a Trump protest. They start acting the same way. Breaking into a building. It was Capitol building. They started breaking in the building, and they started clashing with police.
Right.
Now all of a sudden,
did they handle it properly, like you said?
The same Democrat senators and Congress people and everybody else was like, and the D.C. mayor himself had the hands-off policy. The summer was like, as soon as it started, they called out. He wanted the National Guard called out. He wanted to send all D.C. Metro Police to the Capitol building to try to help disperse it. Where was that stuff going on summer? Why didn't that stuff this summer with all the Antifa and Black Lives Matter?
Well, I don't know, but that's the same thing that happened. That's the same thing that happened when Trump wanted to take a picture with the Bible in D.C. I figured DC's D.C. do the same shit.
No, well, you see, you got so many. You got so many different police departments or police agencies out there in D.C. You see Metro. Then you have the U.S. Capitol Police. You got the Secret Service, Federal Protective Services. So all these different agencies, they don't all work together. So like when Trump did that little walk around to the cathedral, that was that was the Secret Service and probably the Federal Protective Services doing that, securing that little walk.
No, it was the National Guard, and it was the freaking it was the freaking National Guard and the DC the federal cops. It wasn't the freaking DC police because the mayor didn't authorize the shit.
Yeah. So that's the Secret Service. Secret Service.
No, Secret Service didn't do that. The Secret Service only protects the president. The Secret Service don't go out and tear gas motherfuckers. If you ain't attacking the president, Secret Service ain't got shit to do with it. That was the National Park Service. I think it was the National Park Service. It was the federal agents, and it was the National Guard that freaking nuked all those people with pepper spray and then said they didn't. I mean, pepper balls and shit, blah, blah, blah. So if they did it with them for a picture with a freaking Bible, how come they didn't fuck up all those Trump supporters that was kicking in windows at the fucking Capitals? I'm confused.
Well, you tell me.
I can't. I don't think.
Hey, I'm going to tell you this.
Yes, sir.
If you let certain groups, this is why I think it's so. You let all these different groups riot and burn down all these cities, but as soon as a Trump protest gets out of hand, you want to call it the whole fucking world. There's a big difference there. Why didn't you do that during all the other protests? Why didn't the DC National Guard, Metro?
But they didn't. But hold on, they didn't do it to the Trump protest. I didn't see any National Guard. The police got their lady shit.
National Guards?
No, they didn't show up. They were requested. They're probably there now. I didn't see any. There were no matter of fact. There were barely any police there. They didn't. They were outmanned, outgunned. I sound like I'm doing a freaking Hamilton. Outmanned,
but
outgunned.
The DC, they already were talking on the news, on the local Cablevision news.
Yeah.
DC already had the National Guard activated as of Monday.
Yeah, they were activated. Were they deployed?
Yeah.
Were they deployed? No, they weren't.
Did not get in. They didn't.
They weren't deployed.
So I don't know.
I don't even think.
Still,
well, this is what I heard. They were requested to be activated, but they hadn't been approved, so they weren't deployed. So what are you talking about?
That's a good possible.
No, that's a fact.
But look quickly, they're trying to get everything under control now.
Oh, say it again. You came in broken.
Why didn't they? Why are they trying to push so hard to get it all done now and get Trump protests under dispersed when they didn't do that for months on a time during the DC riots just for BLM?
I can tell you exactly why. Because when Black Lives Matter and all these other things that were happening around the nation, they weren't scaring the shit out of senators and freaking representatives in the fucking Capitol. White folks scared white folks. That's what happened.
That's a good one, though. I like that.
It's the fucking hands together for white people scaring white people. White on white crime, y'all. That's all I'm saying, man. But I love you. I know we're opposite spectrums, and dude, I'll do anything in the world for you. But we don't see eye to eye on this. But this is what I like. We can talk about it without being mad at each other. And I hope you're not mad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
The thing I'm upset about is how quickly all of a sudden now the Democrats want law enforcement around. They don't want they want this thing squashed, and they want the police to do their job the way they're supposed to do it. But then all summer and all this other stuff, whenever the Black Lives Matter and Antifa riots were starting, they're like, "Oh no, you need to be hands off." This, but now all of a sudden, it's in their backyard.
the reason
a different tone.
Well, the reason they wanted the police to back off because of all the Black Lives Matter riots is because it was the police that were fucking killing people, man. Come on, man.
Oh, was the police burning the buildings down?
No, those were angry people because police were shooting either unarmed or innocent black people. A lady got killed in her house. A dude was suspected of having a counterfeit bill, and he got choked the fuck out on TV for a counterfeit bill. Dead.
You have to read the autopsy report on that.
Fuck the autopsy report. People were mad. All right, every freaking dude off the street's not going to read the autopsy report. A lot of people aren't going to do research. Some people see shit and just get fucking
all
mad.
All they see is, but they don't have all the facts.
And then they have a riot, and then more people get hurt. And if you bring the police up, it's going to get fucked up. My point is this. I research shit. I look into stuff. Sometimes when I can during, sometimes before, sometimes I'll find out more after the fact. But everybody don't do that.
Exactly. They just go off emotion.
Exactly. Kind of like storming the Capitol over an election that wasn't stolen off of emotion. Come on, man.
Okay. That's what I think. Do they know? Do you know for sure?
I know for sure
hard facts that this election wasn't stolen.
No, but there's no evidence that it has been because they haven't proved it in 62 fucking court cases. Hey, all I'm saying is, if it happened, prove it. And no one's proved it.
What they're saying is.
Huh?
But you don't okay, answer this question.
Okay.
For all this time, the Democrats have been yelling about how there's been interference in the election from 2016, correct?
They've been saying that freaking there was evidence that Russia helped with the freaking with Trump being elected. That was part of the Mueller report. They never said he was innocent. They just said that he wasn't going to prosecute because he wasn't Congress. Mueller said it wasn't his place. He presented the report. He said it's up to Congress to do what they're going to do. All right.
But
Then Bill Barr came out with the 2-page thing for a 1,000-page report or whatever the hell. Then they did impeached, but they just decided not to prosecute. I think that's right, right?
But they were saying he colluded.
They were saying
that's
he what?
Why they couldn't. They colluded.
Who collusion? See,
collusion.
What kicked people in the ass is that word, because there's no crime called collusion. I hate they even said collusion. I know that. So anyway,
they
said they colluded. What is colluded? They freaking assisted in interference. That's collusion, right?
That is the correct terminology, but they're saying.
Thank you. wait. Thank you for correct terminology. Yes, sir.
That is
so. They did prove that there was some interference in the election from Russia. Hell, some interference happened this election too.
But that's not what they're like. Oh no, there's a lot of, not all, a lot of the leadership is now blowing off any type of possibility that there was any kind of irregularities in the voting.
No, they're not saying there's there's guaranteed. They said they did not say that there wasn't any freaking any cheating. They didn't say there wasn't any fraud. They said there was no widespread fraud to the degree that would change the outcome. That's what they said. And nobody's been able to prove otherwise.
Well,
that's the truth.
That opinion.
That's not opinion, that's a fact. There has been no evidence of widespread fraud to overturn the election.
Chuck Schumer. No, I'm not. That's not what they're saying, though.
What are they saying?
There's no interference. There's no way. We should just unite and move on. But they never wanted to unite and move on. The Democratic leadership.
Well, before we continue on, let's get this out of the way. The only leaders that we have in the United States of America, President of the United States, he's the premier leader of this country. Then you have governors. They are the leaders of the states. And then you have mayors. They are the leaders of the cities. All right, and so on and so forth. The rest of those motherfuckers are representatives. Congress, Senate, federal, state, they don't lead shit. They represent the people.
They're supposed to represent the people.
They're supposed to represent the will of the people. Therefore, since Biden got the majority of the votes from the people, he won the fucking election.
No, that's not what we're not talking about that part right now.
I am.
All right. So, but what do you call Nancy Pelosi if she's supposedly the majority leader of the House?
That's her title. She's the head speaker. She's the head speaker of the House of Representatives that represent the people. That's a title. She ain't no fucking leader. Okay, if you want to look at her as a leader, she's the top representative. She don't lead shit. She's a representative.
I didn't say she led people.
You asked me what do I call her? I just told you what I called her.
She's a
same
leader
thing.
of the Democratic Party, right?
What do you say again?
Just like Mitch McConnell is one of the.
He's the majority, the majority leader of the Senate right now.
So,
but his job is a representative. He ain't a leader. He don't lead shit. He don't come up with fucking nothing. They're all representatives. That's it.
Yes, they're supposed to represent us, but they still have.
So now, don't you think that Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, any of them fucks, whatever their state is, if 51% of their people want something, shouldn't they vote for it?
They should, but they don't vote on their own interests.
They start that conscience bullshit, their own interest bullshit. Therefore, I call bullshit on a lot of their legitimacy. Because if you're supposed to represent the people and 51% of the people want something that you don't want, you vote for that shit anyway. If you're a representative. But these people in Congress, one, they've been there so fucking long. That's why I'm so for term limits. You do whatever amount of time. I don't know what that time is. All right, president can only be there for 8 years. So I think it's a lesser office. I don't know, maybe 10 at the most, whatever. Get fuck out of there. I ain't saying you can't come back, but you can't do more than 10 years in one spot, I think. Yeah. So
when the founders...
We agree on that?
We agree on term limits. Hell yeah, we agree.
Thank you, sir. See, I'm not always a dick.
Every political office should have one.
Wait.
Council member.
Wait. What about the Supreme Court?
To the president.
What about the Supreme Court?
Those are not elected positions.
I know, but do you think they should be lifetime appointments? Do you think they should be lifetime appointments?
If you change that from lifetime appointments, you'll probably have to go through all the federal judges like that.
I know. I'm not talking about how to change it. I just want your opinion. I ain't talking about how to change it. Do you think the Supreme Court should be a lifetime appointment?
That's a question. I never thought of that.
I'll tell you right now, fuck no. Nobody should do anything for life. Nobody should do anything for life.
But they shouldn't have short terms. They probably should have long-term politicians.
I don't know. I don't know the right answer on that one. I just don't think
10,
anyone
15,
should be
20 years.
I just don't think that anyone should be in one spot so long that they're a monopoly. I just don't like that.
The one thing you definitely would have to do with the Supreme Court, though, you would have to make it some sort of rotation so that all the positions didn't come up when a president was there. So like,
you were broken. Say that one more time. That was good. Okay. What?
So you couldn't have all 9 justices happen to be reappointed at the same time under one president.
I agree.
You have to have some sort of mix, because if not, you're just going to like we're going to have a Democratic Congress, we're going to have a Democratic House, we're going to have a Democratic president, and then could you imagine a Democrat 9 judges?
Right, and I think that would be fucked up. We'd be totally fucked up. Now, how do you feel about? I'm sorry. It's
going to be a problem now with all 3 branches are.
All 3 branches are Democratic? I lost you.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Okay, yeah, it kind of screwed you up. What were you saying?
Sorry.
No, you could. I think I lost you. Well, that was interesting. That was interesting. Sean, he says a pointless conversation. No, it's not, because all conversations are good. You might not always get something good. Rich, you back?
Yes.
Okay, got you, but no camera. You driving? Rich,
does that work now?
You're coming in broken. All right, are you driving or are you just sitting?
No, I'm sitting, but I was getting phone calls.
Thank you, man. I was like, what the fuck? Don't be driving.
No, it's because right now with a House, the Senate, and President, there's not going to be any checks and balances. It's going to be
checks and balances. No, it's not. Listen, let me explain what happened.
Just watch what's going to happen. Just watch the things under control.
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it intently, but hear me out real quick. The only thing that happened is there's a 50-50 even split with the freaking Senate right now, and then you have Kamala Harris is the tiebreaker.
49-49, right, with 2 independents.
Yeah, but no, it's like 50-48 plus the 2 independents, which side with the Democrats. They caucus with the Democrats, so it's 50-50. Okay, the tiebreaker is Kamala Harris. But what does that mean? That doesn't mean the Democrats can do whatever the fuck they want. When they come to a vote because of the filibuster, they still need a 60-40 split. Right? Yes. When it comes to laws and shit, It still takes a 60-40 split. So just because they're 50-50 doesn't mean the Democrats can do whatever the fuck they want. That still means they need to go on both sides of the aisle. The only time it gets fucked up... I'm sorry?
Does it need a 60-40 split?
Does it need a what?
The 60-40 split are only certain things.
Yeah, it comes to when it comes to laws and legislature. Now, when we start talking about appointments and stuff, you're appointing people, I think it only takes 51 or some shit. I don't know all the rules on that. I ain't no freaking politician. I just listen to the motherfuckers. Yeah. But when it comes to majority of the stuff that affects us, we the people, it takes a 60-40. So just because it's a 50-50 and the Democrats have a 1-point majority doesn't mean that they're going to be like, oh, it's fucking bedlam and all of a sudden abortions for everybody. That doesn't mean that.
Yeah.
Okay. We're good on that. Just want to say. Pickle said, I was saying you're the news anchor live with
But still, you know, it's when you have a Democrat-friendly Congress and a Democratic president, a lot of things are going to change.
Yeah, just like a lot of shit changed when we had a Republican president and a Republican majority Senate. A lot of shit changed. You just got to roll with those punches, baby. That's the way it works.
We had the Senate was, but the House was Democrat.
And then what did that help? The House would come up with rules and laws and shit. They'll send it to the Senate who had to approve it. Mitch McConnell sit on the motherfucking shit and it would never get freaking voted on. What's going to change now is Mitch McConnell's going to be the minority bitch and Schumer's going to be the majority bitch and shit can start getting voted on.
Is that how that's going to work though? If it's 50,
I hope so. Well, I can't say. Let's see what happens. Give them, Schumer. I'm pretty sure Schumer. There's going to be a Democratic Senate majority leader. I think it's going to be Schumer, but they can vote for whoever they want. But the bottom line is, Mitch McConnell, the Grim Reaper. Remember that shit? The Grim Reaper been sitting on shit forever. And I'm like, why don't you just bring it up for a vote? Either it passes or it doesn't. But if he didn't want it to go up, the Grim Reaper wasn't doing shit with his turtle-looking fucking ass. He ain't in charge no more.
I didn't say anything about Nancy Pelosi's looks.
She looks like a fucking 80-year-old fucking Barbie. I don't give a fuck how they look. I'm talking about what they doing.
80-year-old alcoholic. What are you talking about?
See, now that's just rhetoric. I don't know if she drank or not. I know she looked like a raggedy ass Barbie.
I didn't say she drank.
You said she looks like an alcoholic. And that's rhetoric.
Have you?
That's Republican rhetoric, baby.
Look
it
at
is.
The way her face is.
Okay.
Look at her face. That's what I'm talking.
I said she looked like a raggedy ass Barbie. I didn't say shit about alcohol. But Republican rhetoric, they try to say she's a drunk motherfucker. Just tell me that's not true.
Look, you just called Mitch McConnell a turtle.
What did that have to do with alcohol? Nothing. He look like a fucking turtle. Hell, he might smoke weed. Turtle looking fuck. He does.
I didn't say she drank. I just said she looked like she was an 80-year-old old alcoholic.
There you go. And I just said the drinking thing is Republican rhetoric.
You can't have it.
It is
hypocrisy.
It's not hypocrisy. I just said her drinking is Republican rhetoric. That's what I said, and that's true.
Did I say she was drinking?
No, you said she looked like she drank.
Look like.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
You're splitting hairs, baby. You're splitting hairs.
Been drinking. That's exactly. Well, yeah, I split hairs. Have you seen what old people look like when they've been an alcoholic most of their life?
Yeah, they look like they've been drinking for most of their life. They look like this, man. They look like this. As I drink. Anyway, I can argue with you, man. I love you. I love you. What are you doing? What are you doing, man, for 2020? I'm sorry, 2021. 2020 sucked. What are you doing for 2021?
Trying to make fucking, pardon my language, trying to make.
Oh, man, this is my show. Fuck it.
Trying to get my business back in the right direction, you know, because COVID has killed it.
Oh, what business?
So
I wonder where.
I started up a car service, a limousine
Nice.
service with a black Suburban, but I
So you
was
kept it
doing pretty
broken.
great.
Limousine
I,
service.
yeah, well, I have a black Suburban, taking
Yeah.
people to airports and parties and all that kind of stuff, and it can be last March and really hasn't picked back up hardly a little bit
Where
here
are
and
you?
there, and that's it. Fort Worth, Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fort Worth, Texas. If you need a ride anywhere, man, plug yourself. Type shit. Send me your information
I'll send you my
and I'll
Facebook.
plug it.
Yep.
Send me your stuff and I'll plug it, man. Shit, everybody needs to work. Shit, we all need to work. Send me your stuff, I'll plug it.
Yep, and then I also did some security stuff for the music industry at festivals, and went on tour before with the artists, and that came to a dead stop too. So
I got you. Man, COVID was a motherfucker. Listen, man.
Yeah.
I love you like cook food. I say that all the time. I love you to death, man. We've been through too much. I don't care what you think as far as what you think, but you're my friend. We've been through too much.
Exactly.
Send me your shit, and I'll support you as much as I can, and hopefully I can help you out. I done picked up a couple deals here and there. I got some things happening, and then I also might be going back to, I work in parts unknown. I say,
Yep.
so I got things going on myself. But if I can help you, I definitely can. Politically, I think you're fucking wrong. But personally, I love you to death. So if I can help you, I will, man. We've been through too much.
Okay. You have to admit that with the protests that are going on, with the Trump protests and all the stuff that happened, they're all wrong because they all got violent. But no one will say that.
Well, see, but they didn't. They didn't all get violent. You had a few fucks that messed it up for everybody. You had some people that messed it up for everybody. You just just like everywhere else. Yeah,
like New York, Baltimore. You can name D.C., Chicago, Milwaukee,
everywhere,
Kenosha,
everywhere.
All those places that got violent. Dallas, right here in my home place. 20 minutes from my house.
Yeah.
All those places that got violent and destroyed stuff.
Yeah.
People would not condone it. Certain people would not condone it, would not prosecute it. But now that it's a Trump thing, it's a total different story.
But see, this wasn't a Trump thing. This wasn't a Trump thing. It started from a Trump thing. They stormed the Capitol. I don't give a fuck who it was. It could have been Antifa. It could have been Trump folks. It could have been Black Lives Matter. It could have been freaking anybody. If you're storming the United States Capitol, you're a fucking criminal and you should be prosecuted. I don't care who you are.
But just remember all that issues that they had in Portland when those federal agents were protecting the federal courthouse. And everybody was up on, Trump sends his stormtroopers to Portland.
Because they didn't need to be there. Why didn't the city take care of it? Why couldn't they let the city take care of it?
Because they weren't. And they were protecting federal property. The federal courthouse is federal property. No matter what city it is. It could be sitting right across the street from your house. That's federal property. It's not belonging
out of all the protests or riots across the nation, my question is this: how come he didn't send federal troops to all the federal courthouses, all the federal buildings? He did it there.
Because I think because the majority of places were protecting those places, Portland and Seattle and places like that were not.
Okay, that you answered my question. That could be true.
That
could be true.
If you think about it, you didn't hear them, but you didn't hear it in the news because there weren't issues. They continued in Portland to try to attack the federal courthouse over and over. That's why
that happened. Okay, that's all I can say.
Is that wrong?
I gotta believe you. I don't know. I don't argue shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. That makes sense.
I still have connections. I still have connections out there with those guys. And,
okay.
I actually knew some of the guys who were deployed throughout the country on this stuff.
Now in the chat, Double D says building should be protected at all costs. That's the people's building. I understand, but isn't the Capitol the people's building, Double D? And that wasn't protected very well.
Well, they did, but they didn't protect it well enough.
They wasn't protect. No, dude. When I was looking at it, I saw a bunch of motherfuckers and no police fuckers, and they was kicking in windows, going inside, and stuff. I think there was a massive failure there because of either they underestimated, because it had been from what I've seen, and I'm not even a news guy. What I've seen, that they were talking about having this big march on the Capitol because of if Pence didn't do the right thing, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And it happened, and nobody was. Hey. Open Range says Trump 2024. That's funny, Open Range. If he ain't in jail, maybe I'm going to say that. What do you say, Rich?
Now, I'm almost willing to bet the reason they didn't plan properly, because 99% of the Trump rallies and protests none of this has ever happened.
Exactly. I said that myself. They had rallies, Trump spoke, they did what they did, and people left. Every single one of them was uneventful. Yep. Every single one of them. For 4 years. Trump's been running. He's been campaigning for 4 years. And for 4 years, they've been uneventful. And the reason they got caught with their freaking dicks out is because they thought it was going to be much of the same. But when he was talking, and I listened to him, he was saying, you need to go down there and make your voices heard. He even alluded to meeting them down there, but he didn't show up with his punk ass. Anyway, and then this shit happened.
I don't think he ever meant to storm the building. If you walk,
I don't think he did either. But he stoked the flames, and he didn't say anything against it until hours after it started. Don't laugh, because he did.
I'm not laughing, but this reminds me of a lot of stuff that happened over the summer, where all the other things were stoked by.
A lot of shit happened over the summer. Let me ask you this, though. When has Obama, Bush, Clinton, or anyone stoked the flames for people to do shit like this? I don't want to say never, but when?
Obama. Trayvon
did what? Martin. He stoked the flames for people to freaking storm the Capitol?
Well, no, just start writing yourself. Michael Brown, Ferguson.
What about it? What did Obama say to him? He didn't have a rally to tell him to do shit. He didn't have a rally to tell him to do shit.
But it's like, Trayvon Martin could have been my son.
Yeah, he said that.
He did say that.
He said it could have been. Hold on, don't get stuck on that. He also said it could have been me when I was younger. Talking about a black guy being freak abused by the police out of whatever reason.
Trayvon Martin was not police.
Huh?
Trayvon was not police.
Well, he's just talking about. You're correct. He's talking about being freaking treated wrongfully for being a black person by anybody. That's what the dude was trying to relate. He didn't say take up arms and go to the Capitol and kick a fucking window in. He didn't say go down and make your voices heard. Did he?
I no, but Trump didn't either, though. To be honest.
Yes, he did.
If you want to be
yes, I listened to the rally, man. He said you need to go make your voices heard. He was pissed off about Pence. He's saying that freaking, yes, he incited that. Listen, the rally is on the freaking media. Listen to it, and then we'll talk about it.
All right.
Because did you listen to the rally?
I'm just saying. Yeah, I listened to parts of it when I could.
Did you listen to the whole thing?
Nope. Because it was working.
I listened to the whole thing, so don't tell me what he didn't say when I listened to it and you didn't. Listen to it. We'll talk about it.
Did he actually say go storm the building?
No, he said go down and make your voices heard. And they heard that shit today.
If I tell Philip Riddick, go down to your local state house and make your voice heard, are you going to storm the building or are you going to go outside and protest?
I'm not, but a Trump supporter might go down and kick the fucking window in. I don't know what people are going to do.
Okay.
My thing is this. Don't tell me what Trump meant because you don't know.
Nobody
I'm telling you what
knows.
I'm telling you what he said. I didn't tell you what he meant. I told you what he said. He said, "Go down and make your voices heard." So I heard him today. I heard him. But don't Trump-splain me. Don't tell me what he meant. Don't tell me what he didn't mean. I just told you what he said.
Well, you don't know what he meant.
I didn't say I did. I said he said, "Go down and make your voices heard." That's what I said.
But you're saying he stoked the fires for them to actually break into the building.
Did they go down and make their voices heard?
And then who knows what happened after that?
I know they went down and freaking made sure that people heard what the fuck they were talking about. They were down there yelling, screaming, and kicking in windows. Their voices were heard. I don't know if that's what Trump meant, but I know what he said and I know what they did. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, your opinion.
That's all I'm saying, man. I ain't arguing with you. I'm just look. You state your facts. I'll state mine. You state your opinion. I'll state mine.
I'm not saying it's right.
I'm not mad at you. I didn't
right?
say. I ain't say nothing about right or wrong. I just say what you want to say. Your view. I'll either understand it or not. And I got my view. You either understand it or not. And we can discuss it. I ain't mad at nobody. I'm embarrassed. I think the United States of America looks like shit based on the actions of today.
Actually, it's been embarrassed for the last 4 years because of how things have been controlled. How everything has been politicized.
I agree. Not politicized. I'm just saying the things that's been done in America for the last 4 years has not made us look the best.
Nope. And it's not. And it's all because they elected someone that was not part of the political machine.
I agree. They also elected a guy that had no experience in politics.
Oh, that's what I think. He was not part of the political machine at all. And so that's why when he came in and said, "This is what I'm going to do," like trying to do it like if he was running a business, that threw everybody for a loop. That's not what they wanted.
Well, the reason they didn't want it is because, one, like I said, he had no experience in politics. Two, he wanted to run it like a business, and he's had quite a few of those that have failed. Come on, man.
Okay, how about, can you answer this?
Sure.
Because it's not just messing.
Start again. Say it again. You were broken. What was the question?
Prior to COVID.
Yes.
How was everybody doing financially, job-wise, and all that? Were they doing better than they were before?
They were doing great. Now, after COVID, what happened?
Well, nobody's. It doesn't.
It matters. See, you guys keep hitting me with prior to COVID. Was it? It's not fucking different. Who was the president? Who was the president prior to COVID? Trump. Who was the president after COVID? Trump. He's responsible for all of it. Not just before. Not just before. Come on, man. Fuck that. Okay, I'm sorry.
So now he was improving the economy. We were running in the right direction, right?
Yeah.
Before we got derailed. Now, granted, I don't care who the president was.
Hold on, before we did what? Yeah, we got derailed with COVID. We did, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Before that happened, everybody was getting better financially. Everybody was, because we had the lowest unemployment rates ever for all minority groups, white people, women, black, white. We're all
that's true. And then January hit, and he ignored COVID till about March. What happened after that?
Well, look at it. It's now January of the following year,
and we're fucked up. We're fucked up. And he's still the president.
Yeah. You think January 21st or 23rd, whatever it is, you think it's going to get any better?
I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm just saying they got fucked up from last January. The last year of the Trump administration has been a goat fuck. But you guys keep talking about, you guys meaning Republicans and a lot of people that are pundits and shit are saying, well, before the China virus got here, everything was great. Well, and I agree. But once the China virus that he knew was very fucking dangerous, admitted it himself to Woodward, which is funny to me because Woodward's one of the guys that took down Nixon and he still talked to him, jackass. Anyway, the virus got here and we're fucked up. He gets credit for that too.
Yeah. I'm not abstaining him from.
Well, what was your point about before the virus? I'm sorry, I jumped in. I guess I should have shut the fuck up and listened.
Now you got me derailed.
I'm sorry.
But I don't think because, well, let me try to talk. But even when he tried to take action to contain COVID, he was hit with resistance from the Democrats.
When was that?
In March of 2020.
When he did the...
When he started...
He did what?
When he banned the flights from China.
Wait. Okay, let's talk about that. He banned what? Who did he ban from China?
Non-American citizens coming back from China to the United States.
So all the American citizens that were in China that had the virus were okay to come back without being tested or checked or quarantined, right? Because that's what happened. Don't say you don't know. That's what fucking happened. You can't come here, Chinese people. But if you're American from China, you can come back. They didn't quarantine shit. They didn't test anybody because there wasn't a test yet, and they released them amongst the freaking uninfected. Trump did that. He did it again in Europe.
Okay.
He did it again in Europe.
Listen, you're not letting me finish.
Okay, I'm sorry.
As soon as he said banning those flights, what did a lot of the Democratic leaderships in all these different states go and do?
They said he was a dick. They said he was a racist. They did.
Yes.
Yeah, they did.
And then they went down to all the different Chinatowns, and there was even a thing in New York where the Bronx health supervisor, I think is what his name is, the one that's in charge of the health issues, in the Bronx, went to Chinatown and is like, there's nothing wrong with these people.
Yeah, they did, because there wasn't nothing wrong with them. They didn't come from China. But his China ban banned non-citizens and naturalized citizens from coming back to America. But everyone that was an American could still come back to America, even though they were in a fucking country that had this shit, the country that started this shit. And he let them in, and there was no quarantine or testing, because testing didn't exist at the time, that assisted in bringing the shit here.
They should have probably did better with the quarantining.
But they didn't.
I'll tell you that. But they didn't. But you still had these people, when the virus is already out there, saying, don't worry, come on down and have a great time in Chinatown.
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
At the Chinese New Year parade. Are you right? That to me, if you're telling people to be safe, be cautious, and do all this other stuff, why? Because
the virus hadn't spread yet. It hadn't been. It wasn't a thing in America. Trump was even saying we got 12, 15 people that'll go away. Right? His word.
I don't recall it.
Okay. I recall it. I recall it.
Okay.
I do.
But still, you're sitting there right now saying that we should have quarantined those people as soon as they got back. But we don't even know exactly.
I ain't even saying that. If I was the president, if I was the president and had my way, I'd been like, y'all fuckers can't come back at all. Not yet. I'd have been a dick. But I'd have been a dick without COVID in the United States.
But we don't know exactly when COVID really started.
Well, they say China. Hold on just a second. I gotta address this. Someone said Daddy Cooks ain't wrong. No, not that. Someone said I'm angry. Where? Oh, Jeff says I'm mad. Okay, I hope they mean mad, angry, not crazy. Somebody else said some shit. I'm looking at the chat. I don't know if you can see the chat. Hold on.
I can't.
Big Daddy says, Daddy Cooks has anger problems. Rich, am I angry?
You're passionate about the wrong things.
I can value your opinion. So in that case, Big Daddy, how to word it delicately, fuck out of here. Anyway, what were you saying, Rich? What are you saying?
All right. Let me get back to the family.
You get back to
Hey,
the family?
Yeah, I got to get back to the family.
Okay, hey, thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it.
Sitting on the truck.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate your time.
How this conversation was going to go, and it probably wasn't appropriate.
No, wait, was it as bad as you thought it was going to be?
I thought it was some F-bombs more than I did.
Well, I'm sorry. Look, man, I'm drinking and I fucking cuss. But we can have a conversation. Dude, if you ever need me, I'm here. All right? You're my airborne brother. We jumped out of too many airplanes together. If you need me,
Exactly.
I'm here. We don't have to agree on anything political, but if you need me,
before.
I got you. Huh?
Shared a drink before.
Oh, we done got fucked up. hey, I love you like a brother, man. If you need me, hit me, and take care. Be safe and be careful.
All right. If you're ever in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, let me know.
All right, brother. Take care.
All right, later.
Bye. Who the hell say I'm mad? Y'all be... Anyway. Whatever. Bobby Canton says, I'm passionate. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. All right, people talking about put me in coach. I got 56 people in here. Y'all heard that conversation. Somebody says, Chef, anger. I ain't angry, but I'll have a conversation, but I'm not going to take no bullshit. I'm going to say what I think is right. I'll listen to what you think is right. I can have a conversation. Big Daddy. He said, LOL, you mad as hell. Well, if you want to believe that, that's cool. That's cool. Ray Max says, awesome chat, Phil. Mona says, Phil, you're on fire. You are though. Trump living rent free. Yeah, how you gonna be in public housing and be against public housing? That's funny. Ray, you wanna come in, Ray? Can I talk to you, Ray? You busy, Ray? I gotta look at this chat, man. I'm sorry, guys. I missed so much of the chat because I was in this. Come on, man. I fought for this country. I've hurt for this country. I've never been wounded, no Purple Heart stuff, but I've bled for this country. Okay. I'm bringing in Ray Mack. I'm a very patriotic person. Okay. Now, I'm not the type of guy that's gonna, I don't hold conversations to make people feel good. I hold conversations because I want to get to the bottom of shit. If that makes sense. I hope it does. Hold on, Ray. I'm coming for you, baby. I like to get the bottom of stuff. I can't help but let people voice their opinion because that's their opinion. I can't take that from you. But if your opinion skews from fact, then I got a problem with that. People can think what they want. It's not my call. All right, Jeff says, yeah, but you didn't fight for my rights too. I don't know your rights. What's up, TNT? What's up, Thyron? How you doing? Chef says, who's fact? A fact's a fact. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. Jeff Chef says, who's fact? A fact's a fact. If it's anything other than that, then it's an opinion. Now, we can talk about opinion. I can't change yours. Maybe. But when you talk about who's fact, when you start talking about who's fact, you're talking about who's lying more. Or what do you decide to believe? All right? The sky is blue. Is that a fact? That's what we believe. The sky's transparent. It's because of the reflection of light from the freaking sun, ozone layer, and all that shit that makes it look blue. But the sky's fucking blue. That's a fact. Killing me with that. Anyway. Come on, man. You think they're telling you the truth? Have you seen Hunter's video? No, I don't even know who Hunter is. Man, Chef. Never mind. I ain't going to say that. I'm waiting on Ray Mack to come in here. Matter of fact, as soon as Ray Mack comes in here, I'm going, no more boots. To vet. Ain't no way security failed like that. My cousin's on security detail. No, listen. My view, and I don't have any facts on this, is the security, I think, was appropriate for what they thought was going to happen. And Jeff, I'm giving you way more credit than you deserve. He says, so you don't care about fact? Yeah, I do care about fact. If it's the truth, that's what a fact is. Something that's indisputable. If it's disputable, it's not a fact. It's an argument or an opinion. So I'm done with you, Jeff. Waiting on Ray Mack to come in here. Hopefully he shows up soon. Or y'all gonna stare at a chair so I can go take me a leak and I'll come back later. I hope freaking somebody come here to freaking entertain y'all. There's Ray. There he is, my friend, Ray. What's going on, baby? I look like you moving to a place where you can hold a conversation.
Let me see if I had to pause something out.
Ray on the move.
Hey, that was a good one, man.
It was just a conversation, man. I ain't do nothing special. Nothing.
I tell you what, though, no matter how it goes, man, everybody's opinions matter, no matter how it goes.
They do.
They do. But you have to see real life, though. If you got an opinion, also see real life for what it is, man.
And I agree with you. You know what? This just looks ugly. Let's do this. That made you smaller?
Nah, this just me over here on my phone, man. I'm trying to cook this little healthy food, man. I'm trying to eat healthy these days.
I got you. I ate.
So I'm over here moving around, man, in the kitchen trying to get this stuff cooked up real quick, man. And the whole time while I was sitting here listening at your live, and I was like, dang, man, it's good conversation. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm trying to see. Now I got who's this? I got Jeff, Chef, and Big Daddy. I think they trolls, and I really don't give a fuck. But they talking some crazy shit. He's like, what on the Hunter can't even spell Hunter Biden video? I don't know. What about it, man? You listen anyway. I'm freaking in here chilling, doing my thing.
You know what, Phil? I'm gonna be honest with you, man. You know what I'm saying? Today, looking at that thing on the news about that about them storming the Congress and all that stuff, man. Right. But the tragedy of it is a woman losing her life. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, did that lady die?
She did, man.
I didn't know that. Hold on, I'm trying to do something here. I can't do that.
So.
Oh, you know what I need to do? I'm trying to. You know what, Ray? Do me a favor. Entertain the crowd, man. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. I gotta take a leak. I'll be back.
Well, let me entertain the crowd.
Entertain the crowd, people.
How y'all doing? Welcome to Phil Reddit's YouTube channel. And he told me to entertain y'all. Look here, y'all. I don't know how to entertain y'all, but I'm gonna do the best I can possibly do. Now, I'm in the kitchen, man. I'm doing this little thing, trying to eat healthy, trying to do all I could do in the year 2021. And I'm hoping that everybody 2021 has been productive, great, satisfying, and all that other kind of stuff, man. I tell y'all this right quick. Find you something to do in 2021. Don't be disappointed with yourself. Don't be disappointed with nobody else. Be happy within you. You understand what I'm saying? So if that means you got to go out here, man, and fix you a big bowl of fruits and do all you can do with the big bowls of fruits, then do that. You know what I mean? If that means that you got to go out here, man, and use your air fryer that you got somewhere cooped up in the kitchen, somewhere, man, get you some chicken in there, man. I don't care what it is. put something in your air fryer. Do a little something healthy or whatever like that. You know what I mean? If you don't want to use your air fryer, that's cool. Don't worry about it. Go to your oven, put you something in the oven, you know what I'm saying? Some chicken without no grease or none of the other kind of stuff. Eliminate your salts and all that. Put some stuff in your life, man, that's gonna keep your heart pumping and everything else. Now Phil is back. Now it's his
I'm
work.
back. Man, I ain't never washed my hands so fast in my life. This is what I'm gonna do while we in here. I'm gonna go Mona. I don't know if you're ready, Mona. Mona, I'm gonna make you a freaking admin. And I got Thyron in here.
Big T.
It gotta be people I trust. All right, while I'm here, I'm gonna go over here, and I got multiple screens here. I'm gonna go to YouTube, Mona and Thyron. I'm about to make you guys. Hold on, I had to mute that. All right, I'm gonna make you guys admins if you don't mind. Mona, is that good, sweetie? You gonna take care of me? You watch my back. Mona and TNT Barbecue.
That's my man right there.
Hell, you know what, Mona, you already an admin. Take care of my lightweight. There's some people in here acting crazy. Thyron, I got you too, baby.
Oh boy.
Let me get Thyron in here. I need some enforcers, some knuckleheads out here.
That's what's up, Phil. That's what's up, man.
All
Hey,
right.
I tell you, you just keep on doing what you're doing, bro.
All right, Thyron, you good too? Blah, blah. You know what, Ray? I'm going to put you in here too, just in case you show up, man. I'm going to stick you in there too. But give me a comment. You got to say something, Ray. Type something so I can get you.
Type something if I can see how to type something.
Don't worry about it. I'll get you later, man. Hold on. Did you say something earlier? Did you type something? There you go. Oh, man, you already a moderator. We good. All right. So all my blue names, y'all need to defend me. I'm tired of this nonsense. All right. We good. Anyway,
there you go.
The conversation was about what happened today, Ray. What was your view, baby? What happened, man? Look, I'm getting me some more ice. I'm in here. Let me tell y'all what happened. I ain't bought no liquor since Christmas.
Wow.
I ain't bought no liquor since Christmas. And this shit happened today. My wife told me, she said, she know me. We've been married for freaking 35 years.
Come on, man.
My wife said, hey, I'm going to run some errands. And you've been watching this stuff? I'm going to the liquor store. What you want? I said, you knew I was going live. She's like, yeah. She got me a bottle of scotch.
Hey, the kind you like.
That kind I like. Look, that's love. She's like, baby, I know you said you was cutting back, but you've been watching this shit. And I see your face.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to the liquor store. And what you want? She knew I was going to be live today.
Man, you tell my sister Kim, I say, what's up, man?
I will. I'm going to let her see this. Man, shit. She know me. She know me.
Oh, man.
There's no way I can freaking listen, man. You know me like everybody. Look, happy wife, happy life. That's right, Vernon.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. Listen, I have defended this country against all enemy, foreign and domestic. That's what it's designed for. The same oath I took is what law enforcement take. The same oath I took is what the House and the Senate and the president, everybody takes the same oath to freaking defend this country against all enemy, foreign and domestic.
Come on, brother.
Everybody swears the same oath. All right, to bear true faith to the same. We take the same oath. That oath doesn't end when you don't serve no more.
Yeah.
All right. You can't do the same thing for 20 plus years and then forget what it was like. Come on, man. You can't do that.
Hey, you ain't preaching to the choir, man. You preaching to the people.
There you
You're
go.
telling the truth.
There you go. So when someone says they swear to defend the Constitution against all enemy, foreign and domestic, and I see domestic motherfuckers kicking open the windows of the freaking Capitol, that's an enemy domestic. That's an enemy domestic. That's what it is.
That is, man. Hey, that's
All
true,
right.
man.
Oh, they're just Trump supporters being passionate. No, motherfuckers, those are vandals and fucking terrorists, domestic terrorists, kicking in the windows of the Capitol.
Hey, I'm gonna tell it to you like this, Phil. If I seen my son, my brother, my wife, or anybody that's I'm related to, or even a best friend,
Yes, sir.
on camera storming that Capitol, you understand what I'm saying? I'll call them out real quick. You're wrong, and you need to be dealt with. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people need to look at that, man, that situation, no matter what situation might be. Like you said, there's a peaceful protest and there are riotings.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yes.
you should be able, man, to tell the difference between what's wrong and what's right.
Yeah.
You should be able to call out the right and call out the wrong. I'm not
Yes.
going to defend anything, man, that I know that's evil. You understand what I'm saying? Can't do it, bro.
Man, right is right and wrong is wrong. All right. So it is what it is. Now, just so everybody knows, right now, this is going, I felt passionate enough about this to go everywhere. This is on Daddy Cooks, this is on R-BoP, and this is on my Facebook. Now, obviously, I'm going to, I'm going to leave it on R-BoP and close it off for everything else. But I wanted the most people that I could to hear this. All right. I'm not afraid of my views. I say what I'm going to say. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. But come on, man. Come on, man. I got a t-shirt coming that says, come on, man.
There you go. There you go. Hey, man. But all in all, man, I thank you for your strength, man. I thank you for your integrity. You know what I'm saying? And I thank you for not holding nothing back. You know what I mean?
It kills me, Ray. It kills me.
That's real, bro.
But I'll take I take the backlash if I think I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize. But if I think I'm right, I don't back down, man. I just don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
That's it, bro. You want the best. You want the best for your household, the same as you would want for your neighbor's household.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And whenever, man, you could just call out those things that ain't right.
Yeah.
A lot of people are scared. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people walking in fears. And nobody shouldn't have to walk in fear. Nobody shouldn't have to be walking on pins and needles. You know what I'm saying? I should be able to walk out my door, you know what I mean? And just, have my head held up and be like, man, I just love America. I just love this great country we live in because of that freedom that we so have here in this country.
Let me throw this in. There are two times when I was the most no, I can't say the most, but 2 times when I was really, really proud to be an American. 2 times. There's been times I've been more proud, go to war and we survive and we done blah, blah, blah. That's a whole different thing. But to be an American, what the 2 times when I was the most proud is, the first one was after 9/11, when you couldn't drive a wedge between an American. We were the closest. I'm talking about white, black, Puerto Rican, short, fat, skinny, tall, ugly, pretty. America was attacked. There were United States flags off of every fucking house, and everybody was supportive and proud. I felt the safe. I missed that. Yeah. The second time is not as much, but close. When they did the Million Man March, I'm sorry, anybody listen that ain't black, this ain't no slight, but this is the way I fucking felt. The Million Man March. Everybody talk about black on black crime and this, that, and the other. I felt the most harmony right after that. Because, you walking down the street and you see your brother, a thug, and blah, blah, blah. I'm a black guy and shit. Black guys fuck up black people too. There ain't no shit. Okay. But right during that time, during the Million Man March, it was a whole harmony for black folks. Yeah. People were picking people up and helping people change tires and carrying groceries. They were doing that shit. Same thing they did for 9/11. but not on the same scale. 9/11 was the whole country, but the Million Man March was the black folks coming together. That shit didn't last too long, but at least it was good when it happened.
All right.
I haven't felt anything like that since those two events. Everything else, and listen to me, people, from the time we had our first half black president, y'all forget that his mama was white. Now, come on, you act like he was you act like he was a black president. He was a mulatto. He was a half black president, but he looked like a brother. Anyway, once a Barack Obama got put in, our whole political system changed. That's when it changed. That's when no matter what he votes for, blah blah blah. I'm doing Mitch McConnell now. Whatever he votes for, we're gonna vote against for blah blah blah. It started then, and if y'all don't think it was, y'all need to go back and look at your history.
Yeah.
All right. Freaking you had Tip O'Neill. Tip O'Neill, look, you got Big Daddy talking about Obama's gay. Hey, you know what? Somebody escort him out the door. Mona, Thyron, Big Daddy gotta go. Launch him. Anyway, you had Tip O'Neill. Even though he didn't agree with everything Reagan did, he did shit. They could talk and they did stuff for the country. Yeah,
okay.
See, now we got Gary. Gary says the media is what keeps us apart. Is bullshit. No, it's not, because you watch the media because you want to. No one makes you watch the news. No one makes you watch anything. Don't blame it on the media. Come on, Gary. Don't blame it on the media. No one makes you watch anything. You look at what you want. You believe what you want. Don't blame it on the media. Don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the good times. Blame it on yourself, Michael Jackson.
Blame it on the rain.
Yeah. Come on, man. The majority do watch it, though. I don't. All I'm saying is, Gary, come on, man. You can't blame shit on the media. Remember back in the day, they were blaming bad behavior on kids on video games? Remember that shit? Who the fuck bought the video games? The parents. So who was the fault? The video games or the goddamn parents? Fuck out of here.
Man, my thing of it is the blame game is real. The blame game exists. You know what I'm saying? And I'm an advocate for teaching folk, man, and my kids first and foremost. You can't blame nobody for anything because you're your own individual. Whatever steps you make, them steps you take. You see what I'm saying? You can't blame the white man for you not having a good job and nothing like that, man. McDonald's is still hiring. Wendy's still hiring. There's job opportunities out there. You know what I'm saying? No matter what.
Look, so it might not be the job you want, and you might have 2 or 3 of them motherfuckers, but you still got to feed the people that's got fucking empty stomachs.
There you go.
It might not be the way you want to do it, but it's got to be done. Listen, for the last 9 years, I've been working in the Middle East. I didn't want to do that shit, and the pay is damn good, but I didn't want to do it. It sucks being away from home for months and months at a time. Okay?
That's it.
Do I complain about being gone? No. Do I complain about the paycheck? No. So I'm okay. But don't bitch about your job, but you're happy on payday. If you don't like what you're fucking doing, do something else.
There you go, Phil.
That's
there
it.
You go, man.
If you ain't happy with what you're doing, do something else. All right, Ma says, come on, Phil. You need to be on WTVD in the morning. I cuss too much for a morning show. You need to put me on cable. You put me on cable show. I need to be on HBO, Cinemax. You got to pay for my shit. I ain't trying to get in trouble. God. Ma, is that Ma or M.A.? Ma, you don't get me in trouble. I can't be in the morning show.
Lord have mercy.
I might come out of the shower. Y'all see my shit boing boing. I can't be on the morning show.
On the morning show, everything hanging out. Everything hanging out. Like what we gonna talk about today? We ain't gonna talk about how the sun dropped. You gonna talk about how the balls drop.
That's
Go
right.
ahead,
That's right.
Go ahead,
Shit.
bro.
Look, if they stick to your left leg, you ain't have enough lotion. You stick to your right leg, it ain't clean enough. You gotta have your balls right. Gotta have your balls right. All right. Gary says, I've been Democrat all my life until now. They are destroying our country. Pussification of America. Really?
Come on.
Well, okay. I can understand what you're saying, Gary. Let me do this. Let me ask you this, Gary. Let me ask you this, my friend. Why don't you let this administration have a chance? I gave Trump a chance, and until he proved, in my opinion, and only mine, he proved to not be savvy, to be unsavvy. So why don't you give this administration a chance before you beat it down?
Man.
Do that. Because freaking this administration, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, have never been the president and the vice president before. So you can't say what they've done or not done as a president and a vice president. So just give them a chance.
Well, that's true, man. That's
Give
true.
them a chance. That's what I did with Trump and Pence.
That's true.
Until they did enough stuff for me to not like. Give them a chance.
This is what persuaded me not to be a Democrat or a Republican. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Me really having my own opinion. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that really persuaded me to not to be in nobody's party. You understand? Because parties, man, can ruin people. And that's my whole thing of it, man. Democrats can ruin people, Republicans can ruin people, and they all have us turning against one another in all kinds of ways, shapes, forms, and fashion. And it's just crazy and ridiculous, man. You know what I'm saying?
Let me throw you this. This might surprise y'all. I have always, from the time I was 18 until now, and I'm 54. I'll be 55 this year. From 18 to 54, I've always been a registered independent. Now, while I was in the military, from 18 to I want to say from 18 to about 25, 26, for a couple of years, a couple of elections, I voted Republican. Why did I do that? I voted Republican because the Republicans had the biggest defense budgets, and I was in the military. Why am I going to take food out of my mouth? I wasn't going to do that. I voted Republican. I voted for Reagan. I voted for Bush, Daddy Bush. I did. All right. But now I'm no longer in the military. I'm still going to vote for my best interest.
Yeah.
You with me? So I'm a man in a house of 5 women, a wife and 4 daughters. Do you think I'm going to vote for equal pay for women? Of course I am. Do you think I'm going to vote for police reform? Being a black man, not wanting to get shot in the fucking back.
True.
I'm a gun owner. I firmly believe in the Second Amendment. I want my motherfucking guns. Hell, I've been shooting my entire life. You'd be amazed the amount of guns I got in my house. All right, but we ain't talking about that. But still, that's why I'm an independent. I got views on both sides of whatever.
You got good points, man.
Oh, wait, back to Gary. He says, I have no choice. I didn't vote for Trump first time. Okay. But after watching the Dems let the cities burn, fuck that.
Hey, the city's been burning for a long time, brother.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I got Tom Horseman in here. He says, good evening. Good evening, Tom. Thanks for coming, brother. As I do. Tom, can we have, and no anger. Dude, I'm not mad at you at all, but I'm so happy you're here. Can I bring you on and we talk about what happened today, Tom? Yo, Tom, me and Tom Horseman had a tit-a-tat. I'll call it a tit-a-tat a little while back. And that's no lie. But Tom, based on what you saw today and I saw today, Ray, I'm gonna bounce you out if he agrees.
Yeah.
Hold on. But Tom, can I? Well, shit, he's not on my Facebook. How can I get to you, Tom? All right, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. But the only person I'm gonna accept is Tom, right now is Tom. Tom, can we do this? And I don't want to argue at all. I just you don't know. Tom, come on, man, you don't know what happened today, Tom. All right, wait. Let me later. Tom, I'm gonna put the freaking the link in the chat. The only one I'm gonna accept is Tom if he wants to come in here. Tom, this is not an argument at all. But that's the link. Tom, if you want to come in, we can talk about it. Dude, today was interesting. If you want to talk about it, we can. If not, I understand. Yeah.
Got you going in circles.
The reason I don't like putting the link in the chat because I'm chatting in 3 places. I got YouTube, Facebook, and freaking All right, Tom's coming in. Ray, I'm gonna bounce you out.
Got you.
I'm gonna bounce you out, Ray, and bringing you in, Tom. Dude, you don't know what happened today?
Man, I started work at 5:30 this morning, getting home to 5:30 tonight. I'm
oh
sorry.
my goodness!
I saw a real little bit on Facebook, but Facebook, I just don't trust it. So
I understand it. Trump had a rally earlier, and it was already explained. I don't know what they call it, American something. I don't know what it was called, but he had a rally, normal rally, same thing he does. It's cool, but from there it was like go down and have your voices heard.
You're all broke. You broke up, man.
Can you hear me?
Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. And the whole Pence thing, you know what I'm talking about? Trump talking about Pence being able to turn over to contest the electoral college, and then somehow or another he's saying Pence could stop the vote.
Yeah,
somehow.
You're telling me stuff I don't know. So
okay, that's cool. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So anyway, after the rally, a shitload of his supporters went to the Capitol and ultimately kicked in windows, went inside the Capitol. They pretty much stormed it. And I mean, you got pictures of one guy sitting in Pence's seat in the Senate and another person in Pelosi's seat in the House, left her a note and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, they broke into the Senate. All the senators and the Congress people were corralled up and hidden somewhere or whatever. You didn't hear any of this?
Yeah, like I said, I saw what I saw on Facebook, but like I said, I don't trust a whole lot what I see on Facebook.
Well, this is this happened. Whether you believe it or not, this happened.
Okay.
Your view. What's your view on people, in this case, supporters of Trump, unhappy with the election, storming the Capitol?
You're breaking up, Phil.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Maybe it's
no. We'll work through it. And the reason I specifically want to talk to you because we did have a tit-a-tat, and this is a conversation where we're just good.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, obviously, I haven't seen much other than what you're telling me and what I saw on Facebook.
Well, what's your view on a mass of people, regardless of beliefs, going to the Capitol, breaking windows, kicking in windows, going into the Capitol because they're unhappy with the election? What's your view?
I guess I got to think about it. My first thought, Phil, is it's wrong.
Your camera's going up. It's going to fall again.
It's not wrong.
Your camera's going to fall again. It's going up slowly. All right.
You got me?
All right. Yeah. You were saying?
My first thought is it's wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
It shouldn't happen.
I mean, you being a Trump supporter, and I know that, and that's cool.
Yeah,
but
twice.
And that's cool. But people broke into the Capitol because they were unhappy with the results of the election. What's your view?
Yeah, what happened 4 years ago when Hillary lost? Was there anything like this?
No, nobody kicked in windows. Nobody. Hillary. When did Hillary concede?
I don't know. Did she? Did she?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Day 2.
It was 4 years ago, so I don't know.
I know everybody was angry because she didn't concede immediately.
On this internet.
It's not the internet, it's your phone falling over. Anyway, but look, Hillary did not concede immediately. She conceded the following day.
She did. Okay.
The following day.
Yeah, I'm old. I don't remember it as well.
Okay, well, I'm going to help you. Dude, this is the 6th of January.
Okay. I know it's the 6th of January.
Okay. Hillary conceded. The election is what? The 4th of November?
Okay.
5th of New Month. 4th or 5th.
Sure.
She conceded the following day. Dude, we're in January. Trump hasn't conceded, and now people are kicked in the windows of the Capitol.
I gotta find a better place where I can pick you up in this.
Okay. All right. I'll wait.
You're all broke up, Phil.
I'm sorry. Actually, I think you're broken up. I'm doing good.
Yeah.
But we're all right.
I'm standing right next to my receiver here from Spectrum. Spectrum, you know.
Bitch, don't hate on Spectrum. I got Spectrum.
Well, that's what I got here.
But your view, man. Hillary conceded after 2 days, which was too much for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Now we're 2 months. Is it too much, or is it justified? Or what? People kicked in the windows of the freaking the Capitol. There was a person that took selfies, I think, pictures from Pence's. Anyway, what's your view, man?
It shows me having full bars here.
Did you say here or dear? You did not call me dear.
No, it shows me having full bars, full internet. I'm standing right next to my gosh darn here's my receiver. I'm standing right
I got
next to
you.
the damn thing.
I got you. Now, is that a wire? Is that a Wi-Fi or a wired?
It's Wi-Fi.
You want to try to restart and come back? You got the link.
No, I'm good. I can hear you now.
All right.
So I heard all your questions.
Okay.
You're right.
It's just your opinion, man. It's not going to change.
My opinion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's not right. You know, he should have. You know, was it contested at first? Yeah, it was. I think there was a whole lot of questions. There was a whole lot of lawsuits. I think we all tuned out. I tuned out like 2 days after your election, man.
I can agree. I can understand that.
I got so sick of it, and I'm right there right now.
It's like COVID, man. I'm so sick of COVID.
Watching. I think I told you this last time. I stopped watching Fox. I stopped watching everything.
Yeah.
You know, I'm so sick of it. And fortunately for me,
yes,
my work picked up, so I'm working 7 days a week and almost 12 hours a day. So I have distractions in other places that. Right. And along with trying to do my little YouTube thing, it keeps me busy.
Your big YouTube thing. Quit playing.
I don't hear this crap, and that's where I want to be, Phil. I don't really. It irritates me so much, and I don't sleep well at night when we talk about all this crap.
Wait, did that bother you? I hope it didn't.
It did.
Why?
It bothered me a lot, man.
It's an opinion.
I apologize again. I regret.
You don't have to apologize.
I regret.
Listen, you know what I'm happy about? This is what I'm happy about. Even after a dispute, I can talk to you.
Yeah, that's fine. And that's why I'm here right
now. That's me. I don't hold, unless there's a reason for a grudge, I don't hold them. Now, if there is a grudge, I'm going to get motherfuckers, but you're not that. We're not doing that. Yeah. But my thing is, my interest is talking to people about things, in a lot of cases, current or things that interest me. And I'm surprised that you say you disconnect. I say I can't disconnect, and here's why. Before you answer or interject, I can't disconnect because I work in the Middle East a lot of times. I need to know what's going on in the world. I need to know what's going on, especially now. The consensus in America, we are the country that shows people what democracy looks like. And our democracy is so fucked up. Our example's gone. It's gone. I have flown from country through country through country to get to where I work. And you know how embarrassing or how it feels to hear someone's like, oh, hey, how are you? You American? Yeah. Or American or whatever they call it. Yeah. Oh, well, what about your president? Right there. It's like I'm being joked on. It sucks. I'm going to defend America. Well, what about your president? And listen, he's in charge of a country. We're the most powerful country in America, and that's all I got to say. Do you want a beer? You're going to buy me one. Well, how do you feel? I don't want to talk about that because I don't have a lot of positive views, but I'm not going to disrespect my country to a person that's not from my country. I still got to be proud. You know what I'm saying? But I got to have something to be proud of. But now I got people storming our. This is shit that happens in third world countries, man. And I just want to know, what do you think about it?
Hey, where do we really start? I don't know. How far back do we go? You know,
no, we go to today. I'm not talking about history.
I don't know where
Let's not talk history. How do you feel about what happened today?
It can go, you know, and I know you don't like this, but it can go all the way back to Obama. It can go back to George Bush Jr.
Wait, I'll do you one better. It can go back to the 1800s because that's the last time the United States Capitol was assaulted by the French.
Okay.
If you want to go back.
History lesson, thank you.
Thank you. But I'm talking about, how do you feel about today? I don't care about the past. How does Tom feel about what happened today?
I don't know. I feel embarrassed.
I do too. I agree. I do too. Yeah. I'm embarrassed too, because it shouldn't have came to this. It shouldn't have happened.
Did you see it coming, Phil?
No.
Yeah,
I knew that there were.
Hang on,
I'm sorry.
That's a good point. Because neither did I.
Yeah,
I heard about this rally. I heard it was going to be happening,
I did too.
But I thought it would be peaceful. The majority of Trump supporters before this, all his rallies have been peaceful.
All of them.
Yeah, so I don't know where this came from. I really don't.
What blindsided me?
I would like to know. I don't think we'll ever know. I think there's a lot of rumors out there, and they're just rumors. And what we're going to find out, I don't know. It's going to be. It's in the news cycle right now. It'll be tossed and turned in many, many, many different directions. And I'm just gonna tune out, dude.
Please don't, Tom. No. You can't tune. You know why you can't tune out?
Why is that?
It's because you live here too, man.
Yeah.
I get frustrated.
I also need to sleep at night too. And if I tune in too much, I won't sleep.
Well, there's a difference between listening and internalizing. Don't take it
that's
personally.
Where you and I differ.
That's true.
You're able to tune it out.
Yeah, I can't. I push that shit off.
Tune it in. Where with me, I got no on and off button. It's either on or it's off.
Really, you internalize this?
Yeah, I can't.
Wow.
And I'm the same way with work too, and that's why there are things that happen that. Yeah, I had stuff that happened yesterday that I was up at 3:00 this morning thinking about.
Man, if I could take a picture of myself and put me in the dictionary, this would be the define not give a fuck.
Yeah, well, and I'm envious of you for that.
But I mean, I care. I care about a lot of things, and I do.
A little bit about me. I was born and raised a Catholic. Went to a Catholic grade school. So us Catholics talk about Catholic guilt, and that is something that's brought upon us. And when we go to Catholic grade school by the sisters or the nuns that teach us that we are guilty for everything that happened in this world. The original sin. Remember that.
Really?
Original sin.
I mean, my wife's Catholic. Well, she used to be, but wow.
Did she go to Catholic grade school?
She did.
Yeah, but she's got some stories because I've got plenty of mine.
I did not. Well, I mean, I didn't know you were Catholic, but the Catholic guilt thing is interesting.
It really is, and I to this day, I'm 59 years old, and I still have Catholic guilt that bothers me to this day. And I'm a
Yeah.
bad Catholic. My wife and my 91-year-old mother are perfect
Hey,
Catholics.
hold on, Hobo. I
Go,
see you.
Go ahead.
No, keep talking. I got
they're-
Hobo Nickel waiting to cover this motherfucker.
Perfect Catholics.
But what you say?
I feel good about it because they pray for me every week.
Yeah.
But I'm a bad Catholic, and I just like I said, going back to this whole thing.
Yeah.
I know you don't want me to tune out, but
No, please don't. Hey, I'm gonna ask you to do one thing, man. I don't know where this come from. Entertain the crowd, man. I gotta take another leak. Damn it! I've been drinking. Hold on. Entertain my audience. Just do your thing, Tom.
You want me to do my thing? I don't have a thing, but other than watch Tom Horseman at YouTube while Phil goes to the bathroom. I don't understand what. That's not much of a host to go to the bathroom while that. He could have brought Ray back in, and Ray could have talked to me and told me what it is that I'm doing wrong. Anyway, folks, have you watched YouTube lately? Have you watched Phil's got a channel that he cooks with his kids. Gosh darn it, I can't remember the name of it, but he's got a great channel. You should all check him out. And then there are many others on YouTube that I know Phil supports. Daddy Dutch, his name is Kent. Kent does a great job. I know he watches him. There's a few others out there, but I know Phil wants to talk about what happened today. And like I said, I started work at 5:30 this morning, and I didn't get home till after 5 tonight. So about it for me. And now Phil went to the bathroom. Here he comes. I was running out of stuff.
I don't know where that came from.
Yeah.
I popped the cork.
Yeah, you doing better now?
I made it. Shit, man. Look, let me close the door. Look, I don't wash my hands so fast. I think I got COVID, man. Shit, the water don't really get hot.
Don't forget to wash your hands.
All right. I'll tell you this, folks. Hell, I've been drinking beer all day, and then the news hit, and then I decided to jump on up here, so I'm just doing freaking pissy poo. Come on in, put your hands together for Hobo Nickel. Y'all put your hands together. I jumped in here just to shoot the shit and laugh and joke, but it wasn't shit to laugh and joke about. And thank you, Tom, for honoring me, and freaking Ray Mack was in here. What's going on, Chris? What's going on, baby?
Nothing. I think I'm shadow banned on your fucking chat, man.
Shadow ban? What does that mean?
I've commented like 300 times, not a single word. I even fucking at Daddy Cook. Daddy will not have me on here because
Man,
he
I
wants
haven't-
to argue with people.
I looked at the chat because I was not shadow banned. I just wasn't watching the chat at all. I was more concentrating on who I was talking to, and I apologize for that.
I'm just fucking with you.
As you should. Look, damn it. Look, I've been shooting the shit so much, my ice done turned to water. I guess I'm drinking Scotch neat now. Fuck it.
Hi, Tom.
How's it going?
Good.
I'm glad
I
Tom's
love
here.
your logo, Hobo 2024.
I know, right?
I'm all in on that.
Hey, I own that website now. I haven't put anything up on it yet, but
I'll vote for you. Fuck it. I just want to be your sec def. Make me the Secretary of Defense, baby, and we gonna bomb some shit.
Awesome.
Fuck that. We gonna bomb some shit. Well, we need to do some foreign aid. No, we gonna make those countries go away. We ain't spending no fucking money.
so
That's terrible.
I jumped out about 5 minutes into Ray coming on, and I missed about the first 10 minutes of Rich. So there's gaps in my
I got you. Rich is, man, we were in the 82nd Airborne Division for years. I acknowledge that we politically look at different shit differently. Just like me and Tom, we look at political shit differently. That's cool. And same thing with you, Chris. But I value the conversation more than I value the difference. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Yeah, I value the comment because you can enlighten me. Tom can enlighten me. I can learn something or see a different point of view that I didn't consider before. But whoever's listening might gain from all of our opinion. If that makes any sense whatsoever. The conversation is the most important thing, not the opinion.
So it's funny today. I have a completely different takeaway than I think most people do.
Okay.
Take the politics of this, throw it completely out the window, not part of the conversation.
Okay.
Number one, and you hit on it a little bit earlier, the ability for these people to get into the Capitol in the first place, whether it was, hey, Trump people or whoever never cause any harm or foul, so we can half-ass this, whatever.
Right.
Whether it was the media downplaying how many people were going to be there like they typically do. I don't know how they do their shit, not my fucking thing. The biggest takeaway I had today was I watched a dude bust a window out with a fucking riot shield.
Yeah.
You're telling me the Capitol doesn't have fucking bulletproof glass?
I know.
How the fuck is that a thing? That in and of itself is fucked up.
There was another one where dude had a 2x4. They're banging out a window with a 2x4.
Yeah, but the first hit would break it, and it's got that plastic shit that keeps it from going all over the place. Second hit, every time, fucking knock the window out. That is mind-blowing to me. So, if there is a positive to come out of this, that whole motherfucker needs to be wrapped up in bulletproof glass.
It does.
Because
wait. No, it doesn't. Let them fuck stay vulnerable and just be careful about how they treat Americans.
But the other takeaway that I had from this was there was a clip, I think it was on CNN. I don't know who it was. There's a bunch of women and fucking politicians all in fucking, I don't know if it was in the House or in the Senate, all ducked down, being told to fucking duck down behind their chair, and they're all crying and shit. And I think that's the first time that they've ever felt vulnerable in their adult lives, most likely.
I agree.
And my biggest takeaway from today, from that point of view, is regardless of which side you have ever been on, now you know how, now they know how everybody else felt for the last 8 months, whether you lived in downtown that's being looted or you lived out in the suburbs and was worried that motherfuckers was going to get lost and show up in your neighborhood.
I got to give you this, man. Those motherfuckers know what it feels like to be in a riot.
But maybe that changes their perspective of when the conversation was it's just a building. And I was listening when you guys were talking about that federal building.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, it will pull down some of the rhetoric. And I'm not picking sides here. Maxine Waters commented, just go up to Republicans and slap them. Pops into my head first, but it's been both ways. Maybe that'll calm some of that down, because now these people have fucking piss running down their leg going, fuck, I'm in a goddamn Capitol building and some dumbass fucking hillbilly Trumpers can figure out how to get in. If
I
the
agree.
Dumb people can figure out how to get in, or who we call the dumb people can figure out how to get in.
I ain't
the
say
real
dumb
smart motherfuckers, we're fucked.
I agree. Hands together for freaking Hobo 2024. Listen. I am all for 100% for politicians to feel as vulnerable as the normal folk. I think today was an eye-opener, because when you got motherfuckers scared, lawmakers, they were scared because someone's going to come and get them. I live like that. Hobo, I don't know if you do. Tom, I don't know if you do. But feeling like you ain't fucking safe all the time. And I'm glad that those rich ass, not all of them, but there's a shitload of millionaires in Congress, meaning the House and the Senate. And you know who got kicked in? The House and the Senate. Congress was scared today. And I think that was valuable. Thank you, Hobo. Valid point, my friend.
Well, it's funny because I made a post on Facebook about this. It's been shared a couple times to people I don't even fucking know who they are sharing it. I'm like,
yeah,
I had no fucking intent on this.
No, man, fuck it. That's perfect. Hobo for fucking president. I'll vote for you. Make me your Secretary of Defense. We're going to blow up some shit.
Well, I got a 3-year-old as my campaign manager, so.
I'm fucked. Well, Tom, what do you think? Based on what freaking Chris said, Hobo said, what? I agree.
I like it. You know, good perspective. I did see the picture on Facebook of everybody
kneeled down and laying down behind the benches, and I
Yeah.
assumed it was Congress or Senate. So, and you're right, they look scared as shit, and
Scared
that's
as
good.
fuck. I
Yeah,
agree. That's good.
That's good.
The reason why it happened, I think, was bad. But if you're gonna, the freaking silver lining, you want to be that guy. The silver lining, that's the silver lining. The people making the rules were unsettled. They were scared.
And I mean, even if so Phil, you know my viewpoints. I know your viewpoints, where we stand. If anybody doesn't know, Phil's over here on the left. I'm over here on the right.
I'm center. I'm center left. I'm not.
You know
full,
what I mean,
I'm
no.
not full right, but I got you.
Even in this, so last night I was up this morning till 4 a.m. trying to find some goddamn news coverage to tell me who won the Georgia races, because
during the riots is when Ossoff won. So Democrats have but can we talk about that real quick? Democrats have the majority because of the soon-to-be vice president being over the Senate. But that don't mean shit. What that means is that when it comes to minor things like appointments, then the Democrats have 50 and then 1. But when it comes to legislature, it takes a 60 majority.
So I commented on you said that earlier.
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying, but you can create a rule change.
Yeah, that's true.
Conversations, that's what people are scared about. When you dig down to the brass tacks, it's not anything other than, and this has happened 3 or 4 times in between the last 2 administrations and actually I think it even goes back to Clinton, if I remember right. We're going to tweak this rule, whether it's Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter. One side does it, other side gets pissed off.
The whole filibuster, no filibuster. You're right.
And when they get in power, they use it and they're like, oh, well, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
And then it slowly gets down to very soon, probably in our lifetime, it's going to break down to it's going to be a 50-plus vice president making a decision on everything. Because we've already started this slippery slope.
Well, no, because it all depends on who gets elected into Congress, House and Senate.
Right.
If there's a majority, I'm sorry.
No, it's not you. This is the one thing that's pissed me off. One of the reasons I left the chat was, and you have no control over it. You got people in the chat, and it's on both sides.
Right.
That I'm going to swing my dick out here and say, most of you guys don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're making fucking emotional arguments, and the name calling has no fucking value. If you're going to sit there and call somebody conservatives are just fucking retards or whatever, that adds no value to any conversation. So what's the point?
And you're right. So let the folks in the chat let the chat argue and let's converse.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because after everything's said and done, and this video is going to go away everywhere except for on R-BoP, but when they see the video, some forums you'll see the chat, and some forums you won't. People are entitled to their opinion. I don't care about that. If they say something that's wackadoo, prove it. If you say something that's not wackadoo, prove it. My shit's all about prove what you got to say. You know, we were talking, me and Tom started. He's like, man, I didn't see anything. I was at work. Okay, cool. So give me your opinion. I ain't asking for facts. You know, now if you're talking about something where it's, well, this is blah, 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 I'm going to say, prove it. It's a difference between asking me or you asking me for an opinion or you asking me for an argument. Because if we're arguing, I want you to back it up. If we're talking about opinions, then you can say whatever the fuck you want. Either I agree with it or I don't, or I understand it or I don't. Does that make sense?
It does, but we're in a day and age where opinions, I'm not saying they outweigh facts, but the way the media and people run with it, the facts don't matter to most people.
And that's a problem.
Yes.
Because when you're in an environment where so many people can talk shit on TV or whatever, news, whatever, but when you gotta prove the shit in court, and this is the whole election thing, You can say whatever you want on TV. No one's going to put you in jail for perjury or anything on TV. But when you go to court and can't prove it or won't mention it, that's a whole different thing. All right, I got King Beefy. King Beefy's in the freaking green room. King Beefy, who I don't know, I'm going to drop you in. But if you do some crazy fucking shit, you do some crazy fucking shit, I'm going to bounce you quick in the motherfucker. So here, everybody put your hands together for King Beefy, who I don't know. What's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Introduce yourself.
I'm doing good, man.
Introduce yourself, because I don't know you. What's going on, baby?
I'm King Beefy out of Texas, man.
All right.
Nah, I just want to jump in this little quick conversation, man. What do y'all expect? Like, do y'all expect this to go any other way out of the election, system and stuff like that? Do y'all expect this to go a different?
What way? I don't know what way you're talking.
Well, just
kind of rephrase the question. I'm not familiar.
Like the way Trump has been acting.
Okay.
Leading up to this,
yeah.
Did y'all expect anything different
from what happened today in the Capitol?
Yeah.
No, I was not surprised that there was a rally that went to the Capitol. I was surprised that it went to kicking in windows and breaching. That blew me away.
Me too.
That blew me. I expected there to be a rally because Trump is so prominent and he can influence a crowd and he's a showman. I expected a big rally. I even expected them to walk up and have a show of force per se, but I didn't expect breaching barriers and walking up the stairs and breaking windows and entering. That's what I didn't expect. That's what blew that's what blew me away. What about you?
Okay. Out of what was it? Wisconsin's when was it? Yeah, I think it was Wisconsin's when they marched their capital over there. I mean, you don't think they was going to do it in D.C.?
Well, there were various places, and Chris and Tom, jump in if you can. There are various places where in North Carolina it happened. They went to the state house with weapons.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm from North Carolina, and not only did they show up, but they let them bypass the metal detectors to enter the state house in North Carolina. That's all I can speak on that.
Right.
I don't know about where it happened anywhere else in the nation.
I believe it was Wisconsin or something like that. I think it also happened, quote unquote, due to their haircuts and they can't get out due to COVID and stuff like that.
Yeah, there were a lot of uprisings about we done had enough. We need to get haircuts. I need to get my fruit. I need to go to a restaurant. I understand. Go to a bar. I understand that piece.
Yeah.
Everybody gets to a point, even me, to a point where you just have COVID fatigue. I done had a fuck enough. I still don't go nowhere. I ain't had enough where I want to catch the shit. But, you done had enough of hearing it. And
right.
I'm feeling you on that. But as far as relating what I understand in North Carolina, what they did at the state house, and see, wow, I didn't do that. I didn't put it together.
That's what I'm saying.
They did the same thing.
Yeah, it's a lead up to what's happening right now.
They did the same thing today in the Capitol, with the exception of in North Carolina, they just let them go. They allowed them freedom of speech. They allowed them through. But it ain't freedom of speech when you're kicking in a fucking window.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I got to do my research on there. But if I'm not mistaken, once the Senate and the Congress actually closes, is that not considered a felony for anybody that decides to destroy property or be in the vicinity of said protest?
I don't know, but let me just go out on a limb here. You're in Washington, D.C.
Right.
You have all of the senators and all of the representatives from the House of Representatives in a building
Right.
trying to determine if an election, well, some of them are counting electoral ballots,
Yeah.
and then some of them are disputing, and then magically people are kicking in windows. I don't know if that's okay or not. I think that's wrong.
I asked this question then.
Yes,
Are we calling this a protest, or are we calling this a coup at this point?
Well, they're saying I'm gonna pull a trip. They are saying it's a coup to overthrow power, but I will say that it was what's a good word for it?
Don't say
Terminology. That's the media telling you.
Yeah.
It's a
No. Disruption. I don't think disruption's big enough. When you're kicking in windows, it would be a what? Not a coup.
Riot.
All right. Oh, thank you, Tom. It was a riot. A bunch of people showing up to disrupt some shit, and it was a riot.
Because doesn't this stop doesn't it stop what's the name? Chuck Schumer for being majority leader?
No, we don't stop shit.
Well,
They're
because they can't
going back at this again at
vote
like 9 or 10 o'clock now. They're going to go through this, what they started in a couple hours. They tried to do 8 o'clock. They said that the floors are too wet. Fucking old women are in fucking heels. Alcoholics are going to slip and fall. Yeah, I caught that part earlier.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I thought that this was prolong it due to the fact that this
the only
or protest, whatever.
The only thing this is prolonging is professing who won.
Right. Okay.
That's the only thing it's prolonging, because of
does that mean?
The election that just happened, and someone's gonna say it was a fraud. Maybe that's the trend, but
right.
Because of the election in Georgia, all right, both of the Democrats won. That makes freaking the Senate 50-50. And then the majority being the vice president, who's the soon-to-be vice president, Kamala Harris, will make it the majority. That will make Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell will be the minority leader, because I don't see anybody else getting elected in. The man been there for 100 fucking years. And that's going to make Schumer the majority leader. I don't see anybody else being elected in, because he been there for 100 fucking years.
Yeah.
All right. They just reelected Pelosi as the leader because she been there for 100 fucking years.
Barely elected her in.
But still, she made it.
Yes.
And just so everybody under my voice understands this, I think all those old motherfuckers need to leave. All of them.
Need to leave. Yes,
all of them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you are 50, 60, no, I ain't gonna say 50 because I'm 50. You 60, 70, 80 years old, your brain's too old. You're still thinking of old shit.
Right.
That you lived through. All right. We need some young people like 50 years old. My thing is this. You can't be in politics so long where you're a staple.
Right.
All right. When I'm used to you, you've been there too fucking long. All right. I'm an independent. I don't know why I know Pelosi's name or McConnell's or Schumer, and I don't even remember the other guy's name. See, he's good. The minority, he good because I don't know his fucking name. But if you've been in politics so long, and Biden, now he ain't never been a president, but the motherfucker been there forever, ever. Okay.
Yeah.
So he got a new job. Hopefully he does do shit. But my point is, you can't be in politics so long. What was his name? I can't think of it. That motherfucker that died, he was 90 years old.
You mean Bird the Clan Man?
No, not him. This is, if I wasn't drinking, it'd come off the top of my head. It was, 90-year-old. He was in the freaking Congress for so fucking long. Come on, chat. Type his name in.
They're too busy conspiracy theorying in the chat.
Yeah, and I don't care about that. Hold on, what? Thanks. That's some good flavor. That's Uncle Steve. I think that's more than we. Hey, Steve, we good. Anyway, dude, if you in Congress, Senate, or any branch of government so long where they automatically expect you to be there, there's a problem.
Yeah.
There's a problem. There's no new anything. You know, everybody was mad at what's her name?
AOC.
Yeah, they were mad at her. Okay, and now you got this new young man in the Republican Party in a wheelchair, and I hate he's in a wheelchair, but he's a fresh, he fresh ideas. That's what we. Strom Thurmond. Thank you, Ray Mack. Strom Thurmond. That motherfucker was in, not to call him a motherfucker, I'm sorry, I'm being disrespectful, but he was in government for so long. He was the Jesus of the Congress. Come on, Mr. Strom Thurmond was there until he was like 90 fucking years old when he died. Not trying to be disrespectful, but come on. You know, we need new ideas when we have a new nation.
But you talking about new ideas, which I do agree on. But you also have to think of, you have to get rid of all the old motherfuckers to get the new ideas.
You can't but you can't do that because then you lose continuity. That's why it's weird. That's why it's weird. Think about this. I'm sorry.
No, I was just like AOC when they made fun of her about the cow farting and all that other stuff. It was just a system.
One, they exploited what she said because that wasn't that. But I got you. But think about this, man. Think about this. If I may, Chris, Tom, and King. What's your real name? I can't call you King Beefy, man.
James.
All right, thank you, Jay. We ain't doing booty, man. We can't do that. All right. Thank you, James. But I'll remember that because my brother's name Jay. Light moment. But my thing is this, man. We got what we have now based on everyone talks about the framers. They used to call them. Here's another freaking politically correct thing. They used to be the founding fathers. Now they're the framers. What the fuck's up with that? But anyway, the framers, so nobody's feelings get hurt, had no idea what 2020 looks like. You're talking about back when the Constitution was written, the Declaration of Independence and all that stuff. There was a lot of fucked up, crazy things going on. You had slavery. You had freaking war going on. They're trying to keep a country. They didn't want a fucking another government over them, meaning freaking overseas. They're fighting against a war that people were coming in over boats because there weren't no fucking planes. The British. You had all that happening. How does that relate to what's happening in 2020? They had no idea about gender shit, gay motherfuckers. They have no idea about that. Nothing.
Yeah,
you know
but the flip side of that argument is the House fucking changed the prayer at the end to say, instead of ending with amen, it now ends in amen and a woman.
And
that's nothing to do with fucking men.
That's right. That's
ridiculous. One side,
That's a bullshit right there. I'll give you that. That's a fucked up. But my point is, instead of making everybody trying to feel good, let's talk about how laws started, or the Constitution, or Declaration of Independence, and all that stuff. And I got some views about it. All men are created equal, but you got slaves. Shut the fuck up. But anyway,
yes.
But the founders had an idea of how they thought a country was supposed to be. It's the way we are now. It's not perfect. My watch is kicking my ass right now. Anyway, it's not perfect. I'm sorry, James disappeared. What was it? Big dick what? Well, anyway. I'm sorry for that. But y'all see my point. what happens then and what, dude, we can't collect what happened at the beginning of this administration to the end. It's been a big change. So you're going to tell me that the founders knew what the fuck was going to happen in 2021? Get the fuck out of here.
So, Phil, let me put a different spin on this.
Yes, sir.
Take everything negative and just put it on pause.
Okay.
So take the founding fathers.
Hold on. I can't do it that fast. Give me a second.
Take the founding fathers.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just going to use the statement you said.
Yeah.
They said all men are created equal.
Yes.
Take that as an idea, not a law.
Okay.
And look at where we've gone from that time to today.
Okay.
We can argue, even today, there's going to be a handful of people on one side or the other. It's going to say all men or women, whatever fucking gender bullshit we're using, all human beings in this country are created equal.
Okay.
From
no argument there. A lot of people are going to say that.
Or an opportunity. I'm talking me and Phil get born tomorrow. He's black, I'm white. We're both two human beings that I think most people can say 95% of people aren't racist. 95% of people don't give a fuck if you're butt fucking a cow in the backyard. Okay, maybe that's a little bit weird.
Yeah. People don't care about that.
Whatever.
I see your point. I understand.
I think that's when you look at the framers, as you want to call them now.
Not me.
I know.
That's the trend.
When you look at the framers, they had an idea. Was it executed properly? No. Were they able to execute it properly? There's no way to execute that in that time frame without literally walking around and murking motherfuckers who aren't abiding. It takes time to get to that point.
Well, let me throw this in. They executed it properly based on the understandings of the time then.
I agree with you. What I'm saying is
but we've changed now, but people swear up and down about the Constitution, the Constitution. I'm like, wait. The ones who wrote that shit then, and I don't mean to call it shit, I'm sorry, had no idea how it is now. That's just like saying everything in the Constitution is going to last forever, like everything in the Bible is going to last forever. Come on, man. Yeah, I'm going to be sacrilegious now. People get mad. Fuck you if you get mad. The Bible was written umpteen thousand million years ago. And what pushes religion and government now is the idea of the writings. Listen to me. The idea of the writings. It's all interpretation at this point because they ain't writing it again. Constitution's Constitution. Bible's Bible. It's how people interpret shit now. We got motherfuckers talking about alternative facts. Finger, there you go. What?
Two differences between the Bible and the Constitution.
I'm not fighting. I'm not competing those, but yeah.
The Bible is a bunch of stories. Whether you want to believe them or not, it's a moral compass.
Agreed.
If we want to believe a snake talked, that's fine. The greatest thing about the Constitution in our country is we send these people over to be our representatives, and they can make laws and change that. It's an ever-living document.
Thank you. But now they say, well, we can't make new amendments. We can't change it because it's the founders is what they fucking say. So how could it be a living document when they're killing it because they won't let it evolve?
You can, but you have to
give it to me.
I don't want to fuck this up because
you can't fuck it up. It's your opinion. So how I feel about it has nothing to do with your opinion. Come on, Tom. You're way quiet on this one. Come on, Tom. I need you, Tom.
You have the Constitution. You have the Bill of Rights.
Yes.
I only got one question.
Wait. Hold on, Chris. What's the question, Tom? What you got?
Where do we go from here?
I don't know, man. That's the intrigue of the freaking exploration, man.
Yeah.
That's the important.
Where do we go from here? We got all these opinions and we got all these people out here that are telling us different interpretations. It's like the Bible. How many different Bibles are there out there? Every religion's got a different view of the Bible.
Can I ask you
and
this?
everybody's got a different view of the Constitution, different interpretation. Like Hobo
Yeah,
said.
I said it.
So where do we go? We got.
But
4
here's my
years
question,
of a
Tom.
very different administration.
Here's my question.
Where do we
Nothing
go?
to
I
do.
don't know. Man,
Hold on, slow down.
If you're asking me, and that's why I choose to tune out.
Don't tune out. I'm asking you because I really want your opinion.
Because we don't know where we're going.
No, but listen, please listen to me, Tom.
Okay, I'm listening.
It doesn't matter what people tell you.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how it's interpreted.
Yeah.
It's what does Tom believe and what are you gonna go by? That's the thing. It don't matter what people tell me. I agree with Chris what he says, especially now, but sometimes I don't. I agree with some of your views, but not all the time. But that doesn't mean you got to pull back and not have the motherfuckers. Come on, man. What you got? What do you think? What makes your dick hard, man? What makes you think what Tom thinks?
So, if you remember what I talked about last time, I talked about taxes.
Yes.
Taxes are too high. They're odd, and all you gotta do is look at your what, and it's everybody should have gotten your last pay stub. If you're not, you're getting it this week.
Yeah.
And people should take a look at
But why is that important?
State, and say to yourself,
yes,
what I'm paying, am I getting that back? Is it worth what I'm paying? Because I'll tell you right now, what I pay and what I bring home is ridiculous. And if the people of America, if we changed it from automatic being being taken out of your check to you had to write a check every week to the government, just think of
then
how
people would default. Listen,
Yeah,
they changed the tax law. Trump did it in his first freaking year? He changed the tax law. My point is this, man. Regardless of tax law, blah, blah, blah. You know what I care more about, Tom?
Go ahead.
I don't care about how things are as much as how I'm interested in how you feel about it. Because without laws and votes and all of that shit that happens, like people are contesting now, what I care about more is how do people feel. The reason I want you to be here now to talk to you is how do you feel about it? Don't tell me you checked out. Tell me, what do you feel about it? I ain't say you had to do shit about it. I'm just interested on how you feel about it. Because right now there are 34 people listening to us.
I've told you that how I feel about it is I choose to tune out. And I think and you can't discredit that. I think there's a large part of America after the election that had enough of the 8 months, which Hobo was referring to, and we've just decided to tune out, and we're just going to live our lives.
Well,
and we're going to concentrate on family.
I beg to differ.
We're going to concentrate on trying to be as happy as we can, and we're going to concentrate on not listening to the BS that you see every day on regardless.
I understand that.
Whatever news outlet that you choose to look for.
I understand that, but I choose to argue that you're not explaining how you feel about it. You're explaining how you don't want to deal with it.
Yeah,
that's my argument.
That's how I feel.
So I'm asking you how you feel about it, but you're telling me that okay, I don't want to talk about it, and I just choose not to deal with it, and I can respect that.
And you know what?
That makes a pretty shitty YouTube channel.
We go back to what we said before. How you are able to turn it on and off.
Right.
My personality is not able to turn it on and off, so I have to turn it off and leave it off.
I understand.
I can't turn it on because once it's on, man, it goes crazy.
I know.
Like I told you. So it's like you're able to put it in the compartments and turn it on and turn it off.
I see you, King Beefy. Hold on.
Tom Horseman at YouTube can't do that.
I
Tom
got
Horseman
you.
has to either it's got to be all the way off, or it's got to be on.
I got you.
When it comes to politics, I got to be off, man. I just got to be off.
I understand.
Too much.
I'll tell you this, man, Tom. I'm so happy that you even, after our last conversation, that you even gave a shit enough to be in here now.
Yeah.
And I extended the olive branch because I'm not mad at you. I can just acknowledge that we don't agree on shit, and that's cool. I'm gonna bring King Beefy back in.
I got nothing to hide.
I got you. I got you. Welcome back, King Beefy. Look, you wiping your chin. I thought you were smoking a blunt. I'm sorry. That's racist. That ain't racist. That's just that's what I thought. But dude, I've totally chat. I'm sorry, chat. I've totally been ignoring you because this conversation's been good. Because I can't trust Hobo. He'll say some crazy shit.
Well, I'm about to drop a whole bunch of crazy shit on you here real quick.
But I'm going through the thread. Strom Thurmond, who I was talking about. Thank you. Yeah. Well, okay. New question. Total question. What are we gonna fuck with next?
All right. So let's have this conversation, Phil.
I have a question though about this quote unquote coup or whatever's going on. How can we go invade another country or force another country to do democracy if we can't even get our shit straight?
We can do it out of blunt force, but we will be a shitty example because we're not taking care of ours.
Yeah. So how are we gonna tell somebody else this is the best way to do it, and we can't even do our shit right?
We can't, but we may. I'm talking we as America and me being a nobody because I'm not in politics. but I think if we were to continue like we did in the past to do that, I think it would be a disservice and we would look like jackasses. Now, my question is, how did we get to this point? How do we get to the point where we are not examples in government?
Because, okay, I'll field that one. I'm gonna really maze this fucking like this.
Oh shit!
But real quick, before you do that, Phil, can you put me in King Beefy's spot?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I will. I'm sorry. Beefy, you're in the wrong spot, baby.
I like seeing the white guys on one side and the black guys on the other.
Listen, I will, Chris, I will not make that mistake again. I don't care who I bring in here. I swear that to you. The left, right corner is yours, baby.
So what was the question now?
The question is, how can we be the example of government when our government's not showing a good example? I think that's what you were saying, King Beefy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Basically. I'm sorry. Is that what you meant, James?
Yeah.
It's hard for me to call a man King Beefy, man.
Well,
I feel like I'm in jail, man. I feel like I'm in jail. All right, King Beefy.
Well, I think there's two things at play here. Number one, the guy that's, I can't think of his name, in charge of England.
Yeah, Boris, whatever.
Yeah,
Boris.
So he puts out a tweet like, such a sad day for America's fucking history. Okay, you can make that tweet, but when I watch your Congress for the last fucking 20 years, which is insane to watch how they fucking Parliament does business, you got no right to fucking come at us.
Okay, wait, hold that thought. Please don't lose your thought. I've watched the British freaking Parliament. That shit's crazy.
They're fucking yelling, screaming, throwing shit at each other.
Yeah, you clap or they sit down and anyway, you were saying, don't lose your thought.
Hold on. I got a question about that. What's wrong with that? That's probably what we need instead of being so politically correct. No, throw a fucking chair at somebody. Get the fuck out of here. Like, let's talk with words. Oh, we just talk with words, and we got to be my true representative.
I think that's what they did today.
Fuck that dude. Fuck him.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Tell me how many times have you felt like Mitch McConnell was a piece of shit? Just say it. He's a piece of shit.
Right, but you have to have decorum, or else you end up with what we have today.
Well, I'll tell you this. Mitch McConnell, although as I don't want to say obstructionist, He blocked. He blocks. He's the Grim
Everything.
Reaper by his own words. I'm the Grim Reaper. It's not going by me. Blah, 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 blah. Like, anyway, I got that piece. But did you hear what he said today? Not to forgive what he's done for 4 years, but did you hear what he said today?
No, I didn't.
Mitch McConnell considers himself a person that abides by the Constitution. Now, his view and my view are different, and he also abides by his political party. Mm-hmm. If the Republican president says he's not going to take it up, then the Republican leader of the House, leader of the Senate, is not going to push it forward. Now, I think that's fucked up. I think you should push it forward anyway for a vote and see where it goes. But I would consider Mitch McConnell a purist, a turtle-looking purist, but I consider him a man true to his convictions. Just like Schumer, who I think is sometimes a jackass, but he thinks he's doing what's right. I'll say the same thing about McConnell. I'll say the same thing about fucking Pelosi. I think they're all jackasses. I think they're too old to fucking be there. But that's what we got.
Yeah, but they've all done that. If you go back and take politics out of it from where you stand and actually look at both sides of the spectrum, they've all done that to each other depending on how the power structure is set up.
Yeah.
So, again, we go back to the way that the rules of the Senate and the House are written. Do you have to bring this bill up to vote? No, you don't. If you're in power, you can fucking shove that ostrich's head right in the sand.
Yeah.
So what's the whole point?
It's gone both ways on both sides for so many decades.
And it has. But is it right? My
doesn't
thing
matter.
is this. My
It
thing
doesn't
is,
matter.
I don't care if you like it or not. Bring it up and let the I want to say let America vote on it, because the way it was designed, if I may, the way it was designed is you have so many representatives for each state. You have so many senators for each state, and they're supposed to represent their constituents. Okay, and this is an example I use all the time. If I was a freaking senator or a congressman, and 51% of my constituents say I should get punched in the fucking dick, I gotta vote. I gotta vote to get punched in the dick. I don't have to like it, but that's what the majority of my constituents want. Now let's translate that to any vote on any law.
So Phil, I've been saying this for 20 years. We've had the internet for 20 years.
Yes.
Now, you're going to have some sort of system, which some people don't like, whether you use somebody's social security number, a voter ID thing, whatever.
Yeah.
Phil's my congressman. He can set up a fucking poll. Here's this vote that's happening today.
Yes.
You log in. That literally what you just said has been easily solved for 20 fucking years, but it's never going to fucking happen.
They haven't fucking done it. They haven't done it.
You
I
log
agree
in,
with you, Chris.
I think Phil should vote yes or no, but what do I get? I get call your congressman, send an email.
No, you get, I got to vote on my conscience. Bitch, I don't care about your conscience.
That's not what you're in office for.
That's not.
You're here to represent the people.
If 51% or better vote for an enema, you get a fucking enema.
But here's the thing now. If here's how Hobo saves us a lot of money. We don't even need a congressperson. We just have 50 fucking robots for the state of Ohio, or however many fucking reps there are. You punch in the fucking code, you put in the vote, and that's how the people think. And I don't have to pay this guy $150,000, $200,000.
I agree, but who's going to build the fucking robots?
We have cars that can fucking drive themselves at this point. If you're telling me
they've been crashing and running over people. We ain't there yet. But I totally agree with you, Chris. I totally agree. There's so many shit that thing's overrated. You know what I'm saying? People vote on the fucking host show. What's the host show? The Bachelor. People vote on that shit. People vote on the motherfucking View, The Voice, and they get that shit fucking instantly. And we still arguing over an election? Get the fuck out of here.
But here's the problem: is ultimately like, I know you call me your fucking resident Republican.
You're my buddy, though.
But here's the thing: is I'm not fucking extreme right wing on everything.
I know you are. That's why I like you so much.
Right. But here's my thing: is if you take a person, just say the four of us run for the same fucking office.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Just for funsies, all four of us are running as a Republican.
Okay.
And Phil is, I'm just going to make this leap, is the most hardcore right-wing, anti-abortion, fucking never spend a dollar fucking Republican.
Why I gotta be the dick? I'm the dick.
But wait.
I got you.
And then you got somebody like, I'm just going to use me because I don't know well enough to make this thing, and I don't know fucking James for shit, so I don't want to put him in a box.
Blame King Beefy because of his name.
Let's just say that. All right, let's just say King Beefy is all about guns and everything, but fucking loves the fuck out of abortion.
Okay.
He's in that weird fucking
Oh, shit.
So now, in the system we have today, he's probably, if he's 99% right wing on everything but fucking loves abortion, and the abortion amendment fucking vote, whatever comes up,
All right.
this guy's fucked. He may be the most hardcore Republican guy.
No way, you said
but you're never
guns.
going to get a pure vertical of who you like.
If James is pro guns, he's got a backing already.
Hold on. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear the air. I'm a moderate person.
Okay.
I am
no,
pro-gun.
we're not blaming. We're just saying.
No. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm 100% pro gun, but also, hey, either I'd rather pay my $500 and get that thing taken care of than pay over $500 in child support. That's all I'm just saying.
But that's the problem with the world. It's not the world. The
views.
The views we live in today is people are so scattered across so many different spectrums.
Right.
That if Mitch McConnell was doing what Mitch McConnell was doing, but was Chuck Schumer and was in charge, but the shoe's on the other foot, I don't think Phil would Phil would probably still call him a turtle-headed looking motherfucker. But he wouldn't have a problem with him being the Grim Reaper.
Right. Well, here's my thing. I don't care your affiliation. I care about your job. If it's your job to bring the bill up to be voted on, bring the bill up to be voted on. You might win, you might lose, but don't be, I'm the Grim Reaper and it's never going to see the fucking vote. I'm never going to bring it up. That's where I got a problem with Mitch McConnell.
But it's even the smallest bill, like the Crown Act. The Crown Act, just about, making it legal for, people of color or people with different ethnic backgrounds having hairstyles. You won't bring that to the floor. That's the smallest bill in the world.
See that right there. The Crown Act, abortion, weed. Oh, why is that a problem? Why does it even have to be a law? You got the right to wear braids. Fuck out of here. You got the right to have an abortion. Fuck out of here. That should not even be government. That should not even be a problem.
I don't know. Well, do you have the right to jack off? I'm just saying.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Wait. It's okay to squirt off in your mattress, but you can't point it toward the sky. Why is that even? Why is that even political?
I don't know anything about.
That's what kills me. Well, how do you feel? How do you feel about abortion? Motherfucker, how you feel about abortion? I don't give a shit about abortion. If you want to have one, have one. If you don't. If your religion says don't have one, don't. But don't try to stop a motherfucker from having one. Why is that even law? Who cares? That's a person. Those are personal problems. Why is that even?
You have to live with it no matter what. No matter what you do.
Why is it? If you feel okay with it, fucking personally, morally, religiously, or relationally, that's your fucking business. Why is that a political issue? I don't care what you do with your baby. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. That's your business. Smoking weed. That is less of an offense. How many people that got fucked up on alcohol and how many people that got fucked up on weed? Answer me that. Look up those statistics.
So,
Because from everything I know, motherfuckers that smoke weed, and I have in the past, you get sleepy, you wake up, and you're fucking hungry. It ain't like you jumping in cars and crashing, motherfuckers.
You stop at the stop sign for about 5 hours, but that's it.
Yeah. But what we say, Chris?
Point on this that a guy that I worked with probably 5 years ago made.
Yeah.
There's not a single person alive today
Yes.
who, before weed was made illegal,
Yeah.
is still alive.
Oh, wait. Say it again. You lost me. Hold on.
There's not a human being alive today in our country
Okay.
who has ever had weed be legal in their lifetime.
That's still alive?
There's no weed has been illegal in our country for so long. There is not a human being alive that weed was legal ever in their lifetime.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Now, when you go back to the 20s, Phil, I wasn't alive then. You were. When you went through Prohibition, that made people lose their shit. I've been drinking. I've not been drinking now because it's illegal. Now I make some shit and blah, blah, blah. And then we overturned it. But that was all done legally. It was laws that were passed.
And that's what's happening with weed now. People been selling it illegally, and they're about to make it shit legal again.
Right. But my point is that the people this is not my personal stance. This is only a point.
Just make your point, man.
Is that people who go back and say, well, back in 1985, my Uncle Steve fucking got arrested because he had fucking 8 fucking kilos of fucking weed.
Right.
And he was unjustly given a fucking 50-year sentence. It was illegal. It was never legal for him. He knew what he was doing wrong.
Right.
We breached our fucking, I'm going to just go with southern border as the example. Like,
Right.
we had all this shit that's gone wrong.
Right.
I don't necessarily feel bad for somebody who got arrested in that time.
I don't either. They broke the law and they went to fucking jail. I
He
agree.
made a fucking choice.
Yes.
So when we go through this world that we live in today,
Yeah.
where we now go, well, it's legal now, so we should pardon all these people going back, I don't necessarily agree with that because they made a choice in life.
And I disagree with it. And here's why. When you got, and I'm going to go here. Well, everything that was, when you got a president pardoning motherfuckers that was just pardoning them because he was being defended by them for no other reason, he let them go. But you got people that have been in jail forever, ever for a non-violent crime where nobody got hurt. And in that state, they decide, well, we're going to make it legal and we can sell it now and it's no longer a crime. I don't see a problem with letting those motherfuckers go because you legalized it now. Nobody got hurt. They spent time free and clear.
For a fun conversation based on exactly what you just said.
Please, let me hear it.
You literally just described the opposite of Joe Biden.
How?
Super Predator bill, which most of those people, it wasn't that they fucking murked 34 people on 34 different times. They mostly got wrapped up in fucking drug charges, etc. Kamala Harris is literally the same person.
For what drug?
It doesn't matter. It's all of them.
No, it does.
No,
we're talking marijuana. What drug?
They're all felony at that point. It doesn't matter what drug.
Well, I'm asking you say Kamala Harris. What drug was she convicted of?
Not convicted. She was the fucking district attorney who fucking literally put so many people in jail over fucking fraudulent drug charge bullshit.
Of what drug? Marijuana?
Yes.
Okay.
Then she should let them go.
You know how many people got their third strike based on weed?
Yeah, they should all be, if they legalize weed in that state, they should let them go. Kamala or no Kamala, let them go.
But
All right, guys,
okay.
I I gotta get up early, so I'm gonna.
I know, man. Tom. Man. You can't chime in and be quiet, man. You gotta chime in.
Yeah,
Stir some shit up. You gotta be a dick, Tom.
Yeah, all right. I'll go do that at work tomorrow.
All right, don't do that at work tomorrow, man. You got to
All
get
right.
paid.
All right. Thanks,
But hey,
Phil.
he gonna jump off, and I'm gonna take a man. Look, I got a female uterus right now. I don't know why I got to keep fucking peeing.
Well,
But
hurry
all
up
right,
and
Tom.
finish, so me and King
I'll be
Beefy
right
will
back. You and King. I am not gonna call you King Beefy. You guys,
Jay.
y'all hold it down. I'll be back.
But I got a question for you though. You said that she was, she was the district attorney. So she did her job prosecuting people with marijuana charges or any drug charges at all. So you can't hold that against her. I mean, that's like you going to work and be like, you being a supervisor and be like, this guy comes to work late all the time. At a certain point, you're going to have to discipline that person.
I agree with you, but at the same time, if you take that job and you run that, so there's a different. Let me take a step back. There's a difference in being the supervisor and being the district attorney. You can make a choice to not prosecute. We've watched that in the last 6 months of our country of people burning down buildings and entire cities going, we're just not going to prosecute these people. That's an active choice that the district attorney can make. Or they can make a deal and give them a lower charge. I'm saying him. It could be her. It could be it, whatever term we need to use these days. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But you have that ability to. It's cheaper for me and you if I'm the district attorney and you're representing Phil on a weed charge. Welcome, Phil. You just walked into this, and it's cheaper. It's cheaper for the county, the city, whoever, for me to make a deal with you and get you to plead to whether it's community service or a year in prison than it is to actually run the jury trial. From an economic standpoint alone, it's cheap.
How was it cheaper for me to go to jail? What happened?
I mean, I it's not well. Okay, if you're a defense, and if there's any type of, not all cops follow the straight line, and they kind of veer off a little bit here and there from the red tape. Hey, you might get off on some stuff. So yeah, I would rather push getting off on some litigation stuff, and a lot of people has gotten off of litigation stuff. Hell, all the rich people get off due to litigation of, well, evidence got transferred from this guy to this guy, but they didn't have this guy on the evidence report, so we don't know now the evidence is contaminated. So
True.
Why go with a plea deal?
So when Phil dipped off here to go let his little girl bladder go pee, which I'm going to have to go make another drink here real quick. So I'm going to leave you with this. Is Phil made the point is if weed gets legalized tomorrow, then everybody back should be free. All right. So Phil, I don't want to make this statement, but I think you'll enjoy the example.
Okay.
If I walk in your house tomorrow and I kill everybody in your family but you.
Okay.
And then next week they make murder legal. You okay with that, bro? Just let me be free. I just murked your whole family because it's the same. It's an extreme example.
It is an extreme example.
The example that you just set.
I will say this: marijuana laws have been where they are. We got that. People have been sent to prison for a little bit of years, a lot of bit of years, depending on, I guess, the amount. I'm not a lawyer or a law scholar, but I figure the more weed you get caught with, the longer time you spend there. I think that passes my test. Anyway, now you're in a state where they legalize marijuana, which I think is a ingestible drug less than weed, a little bit less extreme than murder.
I'm with you.
I got you. But I think marijuana does less harm than alcohol. All right. Pretty low bar. Now, if you make marijuana legal in that state where I'm not going to say big pharma, but big tobacco, Newports, Cools, bitches and hoes. I'm sorry, Benson and Hedges. Those folks, the ones who make cigarettes, are gonna latch on to that shit because they're already making a similar product. They're just changing tobacco to weed. Tell me you don't think that's gonna happen, because it fucking will. All right. So instead of spending, depending on where you are, $3 to $7 on a pack of cigarettes, Newports,
Where the fuck do
Cools,
you buy cigarettes for
Marlboros.
$3?
I'm in North Carolina, man. Cigarettes ain't that, you know. But
I
anyway,
need to move to North Carolina dancing shit. $3.
you know, I don't know. I don't smoke anymore. I don't know what a pack of smokes costs. What, $4 to $10? Where, whatever.
6 to 8.
Okay, let's go with 6 to 8. Thank you, thanks, James. $6 to $8. So you're spending $6 to $8 for 20 cigarettes in a pack of tobacco. What do you think that's going to cost for a fucking 20 pack of fucking weed? I would say double it, if not more. But the guy who's growing that shit in his backyard can't compete with that shit. But be that as it may, guy been in prison for 5, 4, 3, 2, 20, whatever amount of fucking years. They've made weed legal in that state. Big corporations gonna expound on that shit. Why not let that fucker go? He ain't kill nobody, hurt nobody.
Why make it legal in the first place, Sal? We're going to go back to my starting argument.
Well, I'll answer that because I wanted to.
All right, I got to make a drink. Be right back.
Look, I done peed twice. Anyway, James, your view? Weed. Well, come on, man. Let a motherfucker smoke a joint.
I'm pro weed. I'm pro, but I believe that we have to make some type of regulations on it where, I mean, no matter what, kids are gonna get it just like alcohol. I've been drinking alcohol since I was like 14.
You get that dude outside the liquor store. I give you $10 to buy me a $5 6-pack. Yeah, you got the dude gonna buy it for you. I got you.
Exactly. So
where you from, James?
Texas.
Dude, I'm raised in Chicago. All right, I understand.
Yeah. I mean, we got tall boys where people just drive down the street and be drinking anyway. So,
yeah,
it doesn't really matter. You're going to get it one way or another. You're going to just like tobacco. I've been chewing tobacco since high school. So,
there you go.
You're going to get it. You're going to find a way to get it. So it's like, oh, what about the kids? They're going to find a way to get it. Just like anything else, like alcohol or tobacco. There's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, let me read this. William Griffin, this is a chat. It says, criminal justice system needs to be overhauled completely. It's a shame when someone gets caught with weed, spends more time than a rapist. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but I had to read it.
Actually, yeah, because remember that dude, I think in California, that kid that raped that girl behind the trash can.
I know who you're talking about.
Dumpster. He got probation because
they didn't want to put him in jail because they want to fuck up his they want to fuck up his, and that's bullshit.
Yeah.
And see, now I immediately want to say that's not the legal system, but that was the fucking legal system. It happened.
Well, just why is crack more than cocaine? What's the difference?
See, I almost said it, but I didn't want to say it.
Exactly. I'm gonna leave that up to interpretation.
Look, I almost said it, but it rhymes with bigger. Come on, Chris, give it to me, man. At least laugh. Shit.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, what's the difference?
Yeah, but
come on.
That's I dodged that bullet. James,
no, you didn't.
James, I'm so glad you're here today. What?
I have no problem stepping on my own dick at this point.
I mean,
this is what I don't like. If you look at, and I'm not a fucking historian on fucking the difference between crack and coke and the fucking timeline and shit.
Me either.
But if you look at, this is where I struggle when it becomes a.
Don't struggle, spit that shit out.
No, it's where I struggle when it becomes a race thing because there wasn't a epidemic going on in the cities of fucking the amount of coke use versus the crack issue, which was causing trouble in people's families, etc., was so extreme that's why crack became a bigger issue than coke.
See, but the disparity is who was using crack and who was using coke, and the price. Come on, man.
Okay, so let me look up this motherfucker. I got 18 tabs because I thought we were going to argue the civil rights going on here.
See, you were anticipating the argument, and I had a conversation. I'll put it like this. Why was there a war on drugs where people were going to jail for crack and fucking weed, but there was a epidemic and a medical problem when it came to opioids? What's the fucking difference?
Okay, let's slow down because we jumped 3 fucking...
We have, but my thing is drug addiction. The only thing that's different between drug addiction here in this instance is the type of drug, the cost of drug, and who was taking it and who was affected. Those 4 factors change the fucking war on drugs to drugs being an epidemic.
Okay, so I'm trying to Google this and I can't find him. I believe his name was Jimmy something, and I thought it was New York, was the guy who made crack big. It was a black guy.
Probably. Jimmy the Dick. Let's just call him Jimmy the Dick. I don't give a fuck. I can't think
what his name is. I watched an entire fucking thing on him a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But it created it's not a pandemic. It created a huge fucking issue of people getting strung out and whatnot.
Yeah. Like the heroin thing that happened in the 40s.
I
40s and the 50s.
Then, Bill, I don't know.
I wasn't either. But when heroin was going through Harlem, it was a criminal offense. When freaking crack was going through Chicago and the freaking United States, it was a criminal offense. But when opioids started fucking up, sorry, hobo, white people, it was a freaking problem that the government had to take care of.
Yeah, I agree on all fronts.
Thank you. Even Trump took on offense about it. What was it? It was a national. It wasn't an emergency. It was a national. I forget the word. A national, like a national attention or some shit. Yeah. Where they devoted a bunch of funds to the opioid shit happening in Oklahoma and shit. But motherfuckers been dying in D.C., New York, Chicago off of crack, and they was putting motherfuckers in jail over that shit.
Yeah, but they were putting people in jail over the opioid shit too. You just don't fucking hear about it because it's not
big
fucking
farm. Don't tell me I don't hear about it because I hear about it.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying.
That turned into a medical emergency as opposed to weed and crack turning into a war on crime, putting motherfuckers in jail. So come on, hobo. Stop it.
I got you, boo-boo. Give me a second.
All right. I'm just saying.
People didn't jump from the opioids was a pill issue that turned into a
where the pills come from.
We're not going to have an argument. We're on the same page.
No, this ain't an argument. The pills came from being prescribed from doctors.
Yes.
As opposed to buying crack and motherfucking weed off the street. So buying crack and weed off the street, it was a war on fucking drugs and niggas need to go to jail. Motherfuckers, white people, whatever, need to go to jail. But when you start prescribing shit from the freaking doctors, it was a epidemic and it needed to be a problem because it was a national emergency. Fuck out of here, man. Come on. Stop it.
Let me come back at you.
Did I? You know what? And I even said niggas. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I said it.
For fucking over there.
I said it.
So I don't know much about drugs. All right.
I smoked weed. I don't know a lot other than that.
So the opioid thing became is it the heroin thing? Like it's a street thing that's not the actual opioid pill.
See, now you start talking about heroin. You start talking about heroin. See, that was physically damaging.
So the opioid thing became a street thing that was not the pills. It was the people. It's the same high. Yes, it is, Phil. You're wrong.
No, I'm not. It turned into a big thing because it would end up being pharma. It ended up being big pharma and doctors prescribing. That's where it came from. They wasn't buying it. Yes, they were buying it off the street. But the big deal was, I hate to say it, I got to. A lot of white people were getting fucked up off of freaking fentanyl and all that shit that were pills. That's where it turned into a national epidemic. But people been getting fucked up off of weed and heroin and freaking crack, and it was a criminal offense. That's the disparity.
It's still a criminal fucking. This is where we're gonna have this argument here.
We're not gonna argue. We're gonna talk about it.
You know what I mean? It's still the same thing.
It's not.
It's just, okay.
It's how it was treated.
This would be the equivalent of fucking black people get fucked up on Hennessy and white people get fucked up on vodka.
Because
It's
vodka don't taste like shit. Hennessy tastes better. Anyway, what?
It's still the same thing.
Look, I drink scotch. Fuck Hennessy and vodka.
Exactly.
But anyway, you were saying, Chris, what were we
I
saying?
was just making the drastic fucking point.
I know.
That show was getting deep, dog. I'm just gonna throw that out
But
there.
wait. But James, I'm so glad you're here, man. You have made this so much fun. Anyway, Chris, the disparity, and I haven't done a lot of crazy research, but I will now. You're pressing me. But anyway, look, James from Aim and Claim said vodka is shit. Wait. I'm sorry. He said it is the shit. Now he drinks and I drink freaking come on, Phil. What's the name of it? I love it. Tito's. Tito's is fucking fan. James, hey, y'all put your hands together for my friend James. From aiming. Hey, James, you want to get in? Come on, man. I'll bring you in, man. Hold on. I got to make sure. Do I have you on my Facebook?
I can put him in here.
Yeah, bring him in. Bring fucking Brother James in. Bring him in.
Hang on, I got to remember. I think he might be aim him and claim him.
Tito's is the shit. Aim him and claim him. Tito's is the shit. But anyway, his name's James as well. King Beef. I can't call you King Beefy, man. That's like bending over. I'm sorry. I can't do that.
Right. just call me JT, man.
I'll call you JT. All right.
Yeah.
And I'm drinking. And you know what? What's funny is, since Christmas, total subject change. Since Christmas, I was like, you know what? I got to calm down on the liquor. I ain't drinking. I'd be drinking some scotch. Don't get me wrong. And I was like, I'm going to bring it down. So I have not bought any hard liquor since Christmas. I bought a 24 case of Heineken since Christmas. I bought a 12-pack of freaking Sam Adams since Christmas. And my wife bought me a 12-pack of freaking Corona. So that's my range of beer. I like different types of beer. I ain't one of those Bud Light. I ain't one of those fuckers. I drink a lot of different shit. So anyway, after watching the events of today, my wife's like, "Hey, I'll be back." I'm like, where you going? She says, I'm finna take care of some errands. I'm going by the liquor store. She give me like a wink, wink. She didn't say it. She knows me. She was like, wink, wink. She's like, I'm finna go to the liquor store. You want something? I was like, yeah, motherfucker. I ain't call my wife a motherfucker. I was like, yeah, I want some scotch. I'm going live today.
Do you do Irish? Do you do Irish whiskey?
I like Jameson's if I'm doing a pickleback. If you're not familiar with a pickleback, it's a shot of Irish whiskey, Jameson's preferred, and a shot of pickle juice right behind it. It's delicious. It's quaint. I'm saying that. People listening, quaint. I've never said that too many times.
Try a red breast. If you ever try a red breast, and I also say try a whistle pig. Those are good whiskeys.
See now, you're talking foreign language. You're talking red breast whistle pig. That's like.
Hey, real quick,
Yes,
James. I sent you the link on your Facebook business page because I can't fucking figure out how else to do it to you. So it's on your aim 'em and claim 'em smokers.
If he pops in, I'll damn sure throw him in. I'd love to see Brother James. Whistle pig and what?
Red breast.
Red breast. Have you had Four Roses? That's not a. Now, Four Roses, shameless plug. I drink Four Roses or tried Four Roses and I like it because a friend of mine named Josh, you know where I'm going with this hobo.
I'm just trying to figure out which Four Roses, the yellow label, the...
I didn't know there was more than one. I got a fifth and it was about $40-$50 and it was delicious.
So you're in the select land.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, Four Roses with. See, I'm sorry, I didn't clarify myself. Hobo King Beefy, King Hobo below you is a whiskey connoisseur.
Oh, so I'm pretty. Have you had a whistle pig or red breast?
Have you, Chris?
We don't want to have this conversation. This
Yes,
isn't going.
It doesn't matter. We'll get back to politics in a second.
So at one point in time, take this. What I'm about to say is not going to go well, but take it as knowledge, not me trying to make judgment. So I, at one point in time, had 84 gallons of bourbon in my basement.
84 gallons?
Yes, sir.
You whiskey whore.
Over 200 different labels of bourbon.
Really? Wow.
Yes, sir. So there's a place by me here in Ohio. It's a bar. It's a chain that said they had the largest whiskey collection in the state of Ohio. And they had,
that was a lie.
You're like, hold my beer.
They had 200 different whiskeys, which, if anybody knows, bourbon is whiskey. All whiskey is not bourbon.
Right, that's true.
So I had over 200 different labels.
I see you, James. We're coming. You get you in a second. Hold on.
I had over 200 different labels of bourbon. So I used to make the claim I've got the largest bourbon collection in the state of Ohio because if these fuckers can say this, then I can say that.
Right.
So here's the thing with bourbon is I'm going to give you the short version. In the 70s and 80s, there was a glut of bourbon where nobody wanted to drink what their dad drank. And people drank bourbon back then.
All right.
So all the distilleries, Jim Beam, Four Roses, Heaven Hill, we can fucking do this for days. Couldn't sell their shit. So they had bourbon that was sitting in barrels for, normally it would be 4 years. Now we're pushing 10, 12 years.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be better?
It would be better, but nobody wanted to fucking buy it because they didn't want to drink what their fucking dad or grandpappy drank.
Okay, hold on. I'm bringing James in. All right. Anyone claiming smoking?
Oh, shit.
All right, wait. What were you saying, Chris? What were you saying?
So anyways,
yes,
we get into the mid-90s, late 90s, early 2000s.
Right.
Bourbon starts to become popular again, and one of the reasons that bourbon started to get popular again is because Pappy Van Winkle won some award.
Van Winkle's expensive as shit.
Wait, let me finish this.
Only because they got destroyed. Their was it a tornado or something that destroyed their factory back then.
Yeah, let me finish. So if I fuck up the timeline, I'm going to lose it.
Keep it going.
So anyways, bourbon started to get popular. Pappy Van Winkle won some award. Understand that for the last 10 years, the Pappy Van Winkle bourbon had been sitting on shelves collecting dust at $15 a bottle, even the 25-year-old shit. Nobody gave a fuck about it. Then some foo-foo chefs went and tried it, and they went, oh, this is the greatest thing ever.
Right.
And it got popular, which then drove bourbon to get popular.
Okay.
So now to fast forward 10, 15 years, bourbon is on this huge fucking craze here, and everybody and their brother like Phil is going, how the fuck do I make money on bourbon? Well, you know what? There's a place by Keith Bettag's house down in southern Indiana. It used to be a Seagram's gin plant that 3 people bought and started making bourbon in, and they would literally put them in totes. And fucking family could go buy a tote of bourbon that's fucking literally raw, put them in their own barrels, and then people want to make money off of it. So they, as fast as humanly possible, within a year or two, they make a real fancy bottle. It's got a really cool story about this is my great-great-grandpappy Riddick's fucking bourbon recipe from fucking 1805. I'm not making any of this up. This is all
I know,
true.
but how did I get to be the victim?
Because you're the only one I know in this chat that I can say this shit to, and you're not going to get fucking butthurt.
And I don't give a fuck.
So, anyways, people start
That's
making
awesome.
these things, and they make these bottles, but they're on such a small scale that in order to sell this fifth of bourbon, they have to charge $50 for it to make sense for them. Whereas you got people like Four Roses, Jim Beam, etc., that have products that have been aged for 12 plus years that are selling for $22. So now all the hipsters, because they don't know a fucking. This is where I didn't want to say this because I'm not calling.
Fucking say it. I don't give a fuck.
Hipster, but people start going, well, if this bottle's $50, it's got to be better than the $22 bottle. But just getting a $50 bottle with the cool label and the fucking story is only 2 years old, sitting in the barrel.
Right.
It's not a better product. You can walk over here and you can buy this other product that's been aged 12 years by a master distiller who knows what the fuck they're doing and knows how to taste shit, and they're not just trying to make a dollar.
Right.
So then you start getting into this world that we live in today, which is the bourbon market is starting to shrink because people are like, I'm not paying. The more knowledge you get, the more you go, is this better than this?
Yeah.
And the independent label people who are buying this stuff is starting to slowly start to shrink. The people so Buffalo Trace makes Pappy Van Winkle. Back in 2014, you could buy a bottle for like $50. That 25-year-old.
Not now.
But here's what happened. It's such a limited quantity that when that shit showed up at your store, every Tom, Dick, and Harry are lined up to buy every bottle they can. And then they go on eBay, try to flip it for $1,200. Well,
supply and demand, yeah.
And they go, you know what? We can make a shitload more money if we sell it for $200. We can cut the middle market out. And then that happened. Well, here's the weird thing with Buffalo Trace. So Buffalo Trace makes a shitload of different bourbons.
Right.
You can't find Pappy Van Winkle. Well, the same mash bill they sell as Weller. So the mom and pop independent liquor stores get smart and they go, oh, we don't have Pappy Van Winkle, but you can buy the Weller 12-year-old, which is the stuff that was this close to being Pappy Van Winkle.
I know.
So people go and buy the 12-year-old, and then they go, well, we're out of 12-year-old. What else can we get? Well, the antique, Weller Antique, is the same thing. It's just a little bit less alcohol content. People buy that. Then they buy the bottom of the barrel Weller is still fucking good as fuck.
They're buying a name.
But it's the same mash bill. Well, then, here's what got so fucking extreme.
What?
The highest priced next Buffalo Trace product is Eagle Rare. It's not even the same mash bill. It's like eating the difference between ham and a fucking chicken sandwich. Both are great, but they're not even the same. They don't come out of the same animal. And people go, well, you guys don't have Weller. Well, Buffalo Trace makes Pappy Van Winkle and also makes Weller. We don't have either of those, but now you can get Eagle Rare.
Even
this
over
went down to Buffalo Trace's most basic product, which is Buffalo Trace. You
even
can't buy.
like the Craig?
It would be like not being able to buy Jim Beam from Jim Beam.
Yeah.
The shit's like fucking sold out. That's how fucking extreme it got. But people don't. They're chasing some kind of item that they don't even understand what they're chasing. But because it came out of the same distillery, it's got to be the greatest thing ever. But
I'll tell you,
not even the same thing. It's so fucking insane.
Listen,
So, like, Whistle, to answer his question, is they were literally buying their shit from MGD, putting it in their own barrel, making a couple dollars. It's the same thing with, what's the orange labeled bourbon I can't think of right off the top of my head?
Bullet.
Bullet used to be made by Four Roses.
Yeah.
People were sitting there going, Bullet's the greatest thing ever. Bullet is a made-up company. It's got a frontier story. It's not as great Grandpappy's fucking recipe. Everybody went and got fucking jerked off on Bullet. And then you go, for the same price of Bullet, you could get 12-year-old fucking Four Roses. And they go, Bullet.
Yeah.
Bullet. It's got to be Bullet. Because John Taffer put it on fucking Bar Rescue.
See, Chris, you're a connoisseur. Whether you want to say you are or you're not. And I want to say 80% of the knowledge that you just bestowed.
Went.
No, not on me, because I know exactly what you're talking about.
On me.
But if you're not a Scotch whiskey drinker, where it's important, that's like the difference between a Ford and a Chevy. A lot of people don't know.
Right, but the difference is I don't want to pay $80 to go piss in 10 minutes or pay $20 and go piss in 10 minutes.
Exactly.
And it's the
That's
same thing.
Yeah, and I agree 100%.
Now, on the other note, I'm going to say some people have a particular taste of things they like, and if that's you like, then hey, the story I just told doesn't matter.
But no, it does matter to the people that understand what you're talking about. You're a scientist.
Well, I want to hit on the chat real quick. Matthew
Potter
said, Pappy tastes just like Buffalo Trace or Eagle Rare to me. So Pappy Van Winkle and Weller, along with Larceny and Maker's Mark, I think those are the only ones that are still being made. I'm sure I'm missing something. The second ingredient, so typically bourbon is...
Are you saying Pappy and Maker's Mark are similar?
Let me finish. So typically, rye is the second ingredient in bourbon. You got corn, then rye.
Yes.
And those four that I just listed out, it goes corn and then wheat. Which, to quote an ex-girlfriend of mine, when she had a wheated bourbon, she goes, "Oh, fuck, this isn't as hot as it normally is." Which I don't like using the word hot. But you know when you take a shot of something and it's like, fuck it, I feel that burn? Typically with a wheated bourbon, you don't feel that burn because it's the rye that causes that feeling.
That's not hot, that's spicy.
Right. So a wheated bourbon, which is what those are called, are not, I'm going to say it's smoother, but it boils down to you either like, it's like somebody who likes hot wings and somebody who likes not hot wings.
I was going to say, if it's not spicy, then it's smoother, depending on the person.
Okay,
right.
hold on. Hold on, I got to jump in here because now, all right. So your cheaper bourbons are normally mixed with caramel. So they'll put caramel inside your cheaper bourbons to heighten the sweetness of it instead of getting the flavor out of the barrel itself, which is normally what, white ash or something like that. So that makes a big difference.
All right, Chris.
So none of those things that are mixed with stuff are actually bourbon anymore. Then they go back to being a mixed. What the fuck's the term for it? I think it's
true.
It's like,
yeah, I know what you're talking about, but they still label it as bourbon, just like
Bullet
and Elijah Craig and all the other ones. They mix that with caramel, so
they don't. Hashtag fake news. It's not.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the conversation.
I agree to disagree, but a lot of them do.
Wrong. Like there's like three things in the world I would literally whip my dick out and say, if I'm wrong, you can put a hammer on my dick.
Whip it.
This is
whip it good. Whip it good.
Bing, bing. Not on here though.
Hold on, James. Hey, James, Aaron, claim him. We'll get you in a second. I'm waiting for James King Beefy for Chris to y'all finish that shit.
Yeah.
Hang on, real quick. I gotta hit the chat up. Matthew Broder says, pretty sure that bourbon laws only apply in Kentucky. You're fucking wrong. And I'm saying that as nicely as possible. You're not right.
Yeah, that's as nice as he gonna do it.
Bourbon is an American thing. There's like a handful of other things like Jack Daniels calls himself a Tennessee sipping whiskey, which is something the state of Tennessee came up with as a way to delineate this special thing that only comes from Tennessee. And George Dickel's the same way. It's all fucking bourbon. It just has a certain way that it's made that they can sit there because it runs through the charcoal, which is legal to do even for bourbon. But because it's done there in the state of Tennessee, that makes it a Tennessee sipping whiskey.
I like Dickel. Anyway,
okay.
now that you're the enemy.
I want to know what's the difference between a cognac and a bourbon.
If I know. I only drink bourbon.
No, wait. Cognac is a freaking spirit made from grapes. Wine distilled. That's a cognac. Bourbon is a freaking corn distilled, a mash. Like a whiskey, but barrels.
It's got to be at least 51% corn. This has
Yeah.
been too
But
long.
a cognac is a distilled wine. It's a distilled. I know that a distilled freaking wine mash, not a corn mash. Anyway,
I
wanted to destroy the internet on political shit. Y'all to change the freaking culinary bush.
I just want to clarify. I wasn't trying to like. Say
Hey,
anything
I
negative.
don't care how this went because
This is just kind of like my wheelhouse.
this is not going to be a podcast now. It's going to stay on my Facebook. It's not going to stay on anything else just because I'm fucking around. James, aim on me, claim on my friend.
What is up?
Happy 2021. What the fuck happened today, man?
wait, before you
What happened today was the same shit that's been happening, or the same shit that's happened in the past. It's happened in the last year. It's happened in, depending on what you're talking about, it's happened in 2001. It's happened in 2005. It's the same shit. It's just
It's
it is. It's just other teams' turn.
Nobody kicked the Capitol windows in. Nobody kicked the Capitol windows in until today.
Right, but what I'm saying is I'm combining two things.
Okay.
In my response, I'm combining the rioting and the objecting to the Electoral College. I'm combining both those in my one comment. I'm not saying that in 2001, 2005 that they kicked down the doors, at the Capitol. That's not what I'm saying. I'm combining the two. So there are a lot of things that actually happened today.
What?
I mean, there isn't just one thing that happened today. There's the Republicans objecting to the Electoral College that happened today, and then there's the mess that we saw at the Capitol that happened today. So there are a couple of things that happened today. So my answer is like what happened today is we've had multiple things happen today that's happened in the past. It's just the other side's turn to cry, take their ball, go home, type of attitude, for their side to do it today.
Let's take these one at a time. The whole Electoral College thing, what's your view on that?
So let me first start off.
Hey, James, before you answer, James.
Hold on. What is that, James?
On here with you
the other
quick.
James, what's up?
Real quick. Gotta go kick the dog and hug the kids goodnight. But hey, y'all have a good one. I'm gonna keep on watching, but y'all take it easy, all right?
All right, man. Be safe. Take care, man. Hey, if I can help you, I will, and we can talk later. I got you.
All right, then.
Take care, brother.
Now get James out of my spot.
Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. All right, now he's back.
3 different races now, so no matter where we're at.
Now you were saying.
I forgot what you asked.
No, you were saying how the whole thing had developed, and I kind of lost what you were saying.
Yeah, you asked. Damn it!
He asked what you thought about the Electoral College.
Yeah, I asked about the whole Electoral College thing.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
So I don't think that there were that there were widespread voter fraud that can overturn the election.
I agree.
I don't. While I support the right, I'm an independent who supports the right for the most part.
Me too.
I don't follow that belief. I will say that I can see where they're coming from, because there are states who, if you look at the Constitution, some of the states, if you're going to change election law, it has to start at the top. You can't have a judge, you can't have a governor change the law and say, okay, well, we're going to extend voting days by 3 days, or we're going to accept unverified signatures. It has to come from the legislation of those states.
Yes, it does.
Right.
At what level? at the
each
state level.
Right.
And
So,
I agree
right,
because the Constitution says that the states determine their laws as far as elections.
right. So what has happened though in some of these states is the state legislators didn't make those changes in the law. You had local judges, you had local governors make those changes, not the state legislation. That's where Republicans are saying, oh, well, this is wrong. This is what we're challenging. If you look at some of these states, that's actually what's happening. So that's their argument. Now, does that mean that you know, tons of illegal people voted or dead people voted or votes were changed, stuff like that? No. But if you're going to change the law when it comes to election, you have to stick to the Constitution, I think, and it needs to be done by the legislators of each state, not by a particular judge or a particular representative or governor. They aren't the ones. Well, but that's what's happened in some of these states.
But
and then that's the argument. So I think that they have something to like gripe about, but is it something that's going to change the election? No.
But my question is, the ones that changed the laws, did they do that legally?
No.
That's why they're objecting to the.
What states?
Pennsylvania was one of them. If that's why they're objecting to the Electoral College, because it wasn't done legally. Now,
what states?
I just told you.
Is one of them.
I got both of y'all talking. You said,
sorry.
I think one of y'all said Pennsylvania, or I think both of y'all said Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania had a judge who said, we can have this voting this way. And if you look at what the Constitution says it's up to the state's legislatures to set the rules of how voting happens.
Right.
You said Pennsylvania, a Pennsylvania judge said it changed?
A Pennsylvania judge made a ruling that you have this mail-in voting.
Yeah.
But you said the Constitution says it's up to the state.
Right. So they didn't follow the Constitution, and that's why they're objecting. Now, again, does that mean that there's enough to overturn it? No.
Wait, hold on. You just said a Pennsylvania judge said something.
Yes.
But it's up to the Pennsylvania state to judge.
Legislation. Their own state Congress.
They're the ones that need to change that law, not a judge, not a governor, but that's happened. And that's why they're objecting to the electoral.
I can see that. I can understand that.
Now, again, I don't think it's enough to overturn it.
I know. I don't either. But I understand.
That's what they're objecting to.
I understand your point.
They kind of have a little argument, but it's not enough to
overturn.
Right.
But my question is this. If you have a Pennsylvania judge say some shit that's not okay, and you have a problem with that, you're gonna present that to a Pennsylvania court?
Well, that's why they try to take it to the Supreme Court, and they said, no, we're going to pass it back down to the smaller courts.
Because if it doesn't pass the state, it's not going to go to Supreme. So you got a judge that says it's not okay, but then you have a case where the judge said it's not okay, so you want to take it higher, and then the Supreme Court says, we don't give a fuck, keep it at the state, so you're back to the judge that said it wasn't okay? Is that
right? Right. So they sent it back to the states and said, we're going to let y'all figure it out, which I think it should be there. I don't think it should go to the Supreme Court. I think it should be.
So the same judge that said it wasn't okay and it came back to the judge said it still wasn't okay.
We're going to allow it.
So then shit didn't get approved.
No, Phil. No. The judge came out and said, we can allow this mail-in voting. The legislators, the state law says you cannot.
Okay.
So the judge says, no, COVID, we got to let people vote by mail.
Okay.
Not for an absentee issue or I'm in the military and I'm over in parts unknown. We can just send ballots out. to whoever the fuck we want to.
Right.
That's the crux of the argument.
Right.
The crux of the argument is I can send out ballots
To every person that's registered to vote and just send them out in the mail.
Okay, and if they fill them out, or
the
they
crux of the
don't,
argument is that they can set the rules for the election, which isn't true. It's the state legislature. The state's legislators.
Chris just said the state. Did you say the state said they can send out ballots?
So the way it was, let's take a step back. The way the Constitution's written says that the state's legislators, their own House of Representatives and Senate in their own state, decides how the fuck the state of Pennsylvania, New York, doesn't matter, votes.
Okay.
Then a judge comes in and says, we're in COVID. I'm assuming somebody filed a lawsuit that said, hey, I don't want to go vote, or whether it's the governor, whoever comes in and says, hey, we need an answer right now.
Right.
And a judge makes a decision, which is not legal because it's not up to a judge.
Right.
It's up to the legislation to set the rules.
State legislation.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the crux in a lot of states is that judges.
I understand that. That makes sense.
Now, right, wrong, or indifferent, that's the world that we live in.
That makes sense.
It all happened right before the election. This isn't something that happened back in March.
Right.
This is like game time decisions that are happening.
Yeah. And that could be nefarious. I understand.
And then some of these lawsuits have actually been filed months ago, long before the election, not just after the results came in and they didn't like what the end results. So I think that's why we're seeing certain groups of Republicans saying, oh, this isn't legit, or we're seeing a group of people saying this election was stolen, or whatever.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. This is why I call bullshit on a lot of bullshit. One, a lot of the shit that's going on in this election never happened ever fucking before. This didn't happen with fucking Obama. This didn't happen with Bush. This didn't happen with fucking Clinton. This didn't happen with Daddy Bush. This is all new shit. This is all new shit. And you can look me in the eye and say, no, you're wrong. And I'll be like, you can kiss my ass. I'm not wrong. This is new shit.
I know, but
it's new shit.
Here's the thing, Phil.
New shit isn't right shit, though.
Wait.
It's new shit.
Time out between all three of us.
Yes, sir.
The difference. So people sit here and they say Trump is doing this for Trump. The other side of the coin sits there and says Trump is doing this for elections going further on. Yeah. 2024 when Hobo runs. 2028 when Hobo runs second time and wins. That's the part of the people like myself sit there and they go, I don't like the fact that we've broken the rules. I don't give a fuck about. I give a fuck about the turnout.
How are you breaking rules? You shouldn't be breaking rules for a economy. You can't be breaking rules for a freaking government. You just said breaking rules.
They did. A judge made a decision that was not up to them. It was the legislators. And
what rule? What was broken?
Everything we just talked about.
Up to the legislation to set the parameters of how a state votes.
Right.
Okay.
They come first, a judge comes second. What happened here was a judge came first, and the argument in the chat, which I can't confirm or deny, says the legislation agreed with them.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask this question. Why are things different now than forever?
I'll tell you why, in my opinion.
Yes.
In my opinion. Because we had someone in Trump who came in and said, you know what, screw the Democrats, screw the Republicans. There's only one time that Democrats and Republicans will come together and agree on anything, and that's when it's to protect their own. When they have something good that works for them, and you got someone from the outside coming in, shaking it up. That's why you had a lot of Republicans who didn't back Trump, who didn't agree with Trump, who didn't support Trump. Because they say, hey, okay, I know he's a Republican, But hold on, we might not necessarily agree with the Democrats a lot, but we got a thing here in place, and we don't want no one to come in here and fuck it up. This is our thing.
What's been fixed?
Nothing's fixed.
Nothing's been fixed. but I think we see.
We done had Trump for 4 years. What's been fixed?
What's been fixed under 8 years of Obama? Like, you literally segued into the only reason that I wanted to have this conversation.
That's good. But okay, what's been fixed with Trump? You said nothing. What was broken with Obama?
Okay, let's have this conversation.
Let's have it.
So for the first 2 to 4 years of Obama's run,
8 years, yeah.
No, the first 2 or 4, they had the House and the Senate and the presidency. Just the world I'm living in right now today.
And the worst fucking, come on, man, the worst fucking economy ever.
Okay, doesn't matter. Here's
doesn't matter.
No. Here's the thing, Phil.
Yes.
We got Biden. We got we
talk about Obama now. We ain't talking about now. We talk about then.
You got the presidency, you got the House, and you got the Senate. Basically, because Kamala is the deciding vote. If these DACA kids in the next 4 years do not get fucking legal citizenization, then it just literally plays out the same thing that happened under Obama. They don't give a fuck about it. It's a policy argument to use as an argument against Republicans. I swear to God, if these kids don't get citizenship, that's going to be the worst thing that happens out of Biden's presidency. Because
like the tax issue for freaking Trump. You said Obama. Go back to Obama. What's the issue?
Why did, instead of going through the legislature and giving those DACA kids citizenship, did he make an executive order to just put them in timeout? They had all
because he didn't have support from the freaking Senate or the House. He didn't have majority.
Yes, he did.
For the first 2 years, for the first 2 years, but he was dealing with freaking recovering the economy from fucking Trump. I mean, from fucking Bush.
Phil,
the first 2 years.
Phil, I could take this napkin and write DACA kids are U.S. citizens and have a vote on it. But the Grim Reaper, which
the Grim Reaper, you said it, who wouldn't push shit. My thing is this. For the first 2 years of the Obama administration, he had the House and the Senate. But the freaking economy was so fucked up off of freaking Bush that, come on, man, they bailed out the freaking cars and nobody said they should bail out the cars. And we still got Ford, GMC, and blah, 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 instead of having shit from freaking other countries. Everybody, they were saying.
Can you walk down the street and chew gum at the same time?
Huh?
Can you walk down the street and chew gum at the same time?
I can sit here and talk to you and drink scotch at the same time.
Okay, so you're capable of doing more than one thing.
Huh?
How hard would it literally have been for when you own all 3 houses by almost a goddamn supermajority?
Dude, the United States of America was fucked up. And it got fixed. Did it not? Did it not?
You're literally taking my argument and going, I'm going to argue this over here. Because
no,
it's not even an
I'm
argument.
asking you a question, you answer it, we can move on. Did the United States of America, did we give up cars? We built the motherfuckers, we started it.
When you're
Ford
at the very bottom
built the first
and
car, and
Obama
Obama said, we're not going to fucking give away fucking cars because we invented the motherfuckers. So we just talk about cars. But my thing is this. Here's my question.
To write that as a bill and send it to a supermajority.
I wasn't a bill or a supermajority. That was my opinion.
No, I'm talking about
I don't know what he did.
Congress and the presidency were all owned by the same people, but instead of making them citizens, it became we're not going to actually give you citizenship because the next election we may need to say, hey, Republicans hate fucking Mexicans who cross the border.
How many different things have we heard, not only Biden, but any president say, in the first 100 days, I'm going to do this. In the first 100 days, I'm going to do this.
All of them.
Right, the rights. That's what I said. It's not right. That's what I said. Not just Biden. Right. That's what I said. Not just Biden, but why do we hear that from all of these people? In the first 100 days, I'm going to do. They got probably a list of 20 different things, 50
and
different things,
and none of them do this shit. None of them.
Right. But when you have the supermajority, when you have the House and the Senate, you should be able to get those things done. And if you don't, then that's just proof that you are full of shit. That you really weren't true to what you said you were going to do.
What does after this election in Georgia, freaking they're saying the Democrats have the majority in the freaking Senate. What does that mean?
That means that means Biden should be able to get done anything that he wants to do for at least 2 years.
That's bullshit.
No, it's not. He's got the House and Senate.
Hear me out.
Republicans cannot stop anything.
James, hear me out, please. That means 50-50, and the one is the vice president, soon to be Kamala Harris. But in many votes, it's a 60-40 split. So what does that mean?
You're not going to get 10 Republicans to say, yeah, give the DACA kids.
That means that hear me out. Hold on, Chris. Hear me out. That means they have to freaking negotiate on both sides of the aisle to get that 10%. That don't mean everything's a done deal for Biden. That means
that's when it's split.
Huh? Yeah, it's a split.
But it's not going to be but it's not going to be split. They're going to own the House and the Senate. They don't need you just intentionally didn't listen to me. For a lot of legal shit, I ain't talking about appointments. I'm talking about for laws, it's a 60-40 split. If it's 50-50, that means they have to go across the aisle to get at least 10%, 10 motherfuckers from the Republican. They got to negotiate. What have Mitch McConnell done for the last 12 years? If it don't go but through me, it ain't getting to the president. That's gone. Mitch McConnell is no longer the fucking Senate majority leader. He'll be the minority leader. So maybe some legislation to get through.
Hang on, I'm doing some research here.
All right, I'm doing some drinking here and I'm getting fucked up. So this is gonna end soon. I ain't gonna lose my look, I can't even talk. I'm not gonna lose my integrity fucking around. Being a drunk fuck talking shit. And trust me, this is gonna go way off of everything. It's gonna be on my Facebook because I don't give a fuck. It's gonna be on my R-BoP because I don't give a fuck, but this is gonna disappear off of Daddy Cooks. Trust me.
In 2010,
yeah,
the Senate was 56 Democrats, 2 independents, caucusing with Democrats. That's 58, and 42 Republicans.
Okay.
You're telling me that if we would have put a vote up to give these people citizens, you know what I'm trying to say, citizenship.
You're drunk as I am, yeah.
That there wouldn't have been 2 Republicans that would have said yes. There wasn't even a vote. But it was the current guy.
Who was the Senate? Who was the Senate majority leader?
Did I literally
stop laughing at me, James?
I believe it was Schumer.
It was Schumer?
I believe. I don't have the window up anymore.
My thing is this. Mitch McConnell would not intentionally put shit on the freaking Senate floor, called himself the freaking Grim Reaper. And if he didn't want it to go up, it wouldn't get past him to get to the president. Guess what happened today? Today, he is no longer the majority leader. He's the minority leader. And maybe some of our legislation can get to the president, who is soon to be. You want to say it together? Let's. You know what? I'll put my hands together. It's going to be Joe Biden.
It will be.
Nobody's arguing that point.
My thing is this. It's not who's the president and who's the majority leader, minority leader. The thing is, if they have legislation, it needs to be pushed forward to be voted on.
All right.
Don't stop it. Mitch McConnell would sit shit and would not push it forward. So that fucking turtle-looking fuck didn't do his job. Thank you. Put your hands together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why he's in the position that he's in today.
Now, I will say this. As much as I dislike his un-American, non-supportive ass, he had a fantastic fucking speech today talking about how it's all about the Constitution and blah, 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 blah. Mitch McConnell had a freaking excellent, and I think he's a fucking dick, but he had an excellent fucking speech today about the United States government.
He's trying to save whatever face he has left.
No, he's trying to save the face of the Republican Party. We have, if whether you believe it or not, and this is going to happen, listen to me. This is going to happen. Remember when the Tea Party came out of fucking nothing? Nobody gave a fuck about or knew what the Tea Party was. And the Tea Party's gone now. There's going to be Republicans, Democrats, and I don't know what they're going to call them. It's going to be a Trump party. It's going to be 3. Mark my words. Whatever. Mark my words.
See, here's why I don't agree with that. Because it's like the Green Party, the Independents, etc. That works on a local level. That works on a somewhat, like Bernie Sanders is like one of the only 2 people that works on a semi-huge level. But when you get on a presidential level, any person who votes Libertarian, Green Party, whatever, they're either disgusted with the world that they live in, but it's literally the Georgia runoff race. Because the one independent, or the 2 independents ran. That's why the Republicans didn't win in the first race in November.
All right, let me ask you this.
50%.
I actually agree with Phil on this comment.
Let me ask you this. As long as you have been alive, Chris, as long as you have been alive, James, when has there ever been a president that wasn't a Democrat or Republican? Fuck a Libertarian, fuck a Green Party. When the fuck has it ever happened?
The only person that's come close to breaking that.
I ain't say close. When did it happen? It fucking didn't.
Happened.
Thank you. Never happened. Fuck you. Thank you. Never happened.
And that's why I'm telling you, like a Trump party or whatever you want to call it will never gain traction.
No,
I think it will.
No, I think it will. I
agree with Phil on this
Just
one.
like there was never a Tea Party fucking tax enough already. TEA. That never happened. And I was like, where the fuck did this happen? Where did these people came from? They were a force. Fucking Ted Cruz was part of it. Fucking it just got big. It filtered, but it happened. But right now, the Trump party, Trumpians, whatever the fuck you want to call them, just kicked the doors open of the fucking Capitol. Call me a liar.
What I'm saying is that in 2024, when I run for presidency for the first time, that
you're gonna have to appeal. You're gonna have to appeal to the Trump party. If I'm your vice president, I'm gonna tell you to kiss my ass, but I don't know how that's gonna work.
I actually agree with Phil on this one, man. I think Phil is 100% right. I think we're going to see in 2024 a legitimate
3 parties.
I don't know if they'll win, right? I don't know if they'll win, but probably the most third party that actually has a chance to win than we've ever seen before. And it's going to be all these Trumpsters. Trump will run as an independent, and they're all going to move over there, taking all the votes away from the Republicans. Now, he'll probably lose since they'll split votes. He'll split votes with the Republican
Party. That's going to kick him in the ass.
Right.
That's going to kick him in the ass.
But my point is
that may be what triggers us as when I say us, I mean Americans finally seeing, okay, we need a third party. Not necessarily it being Trump, but at some point we need a third party and can't just let it be these two parties.
I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna close this out. But listen to me, please. There's gonna be some form of a third party. There's gonna be some form, just like the freaking Tea Party showed up and went away. There's gonna be a Trump party. It's gonna happen, dude. They just kicked in the fucking state house. They just kicked it. Come, if you think that's not a force, you're stupid. You're crazy. I'm not arguing that point. I'm not calling you, Chris. I'm not calling you stupid. Neither am I, James. But listen to me. You got Republicans, you got Democrats, and now you have this. And this force is so big today. I don't know how it's going to last, but this day they assaulted our government. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't care, Chris. I don't care what you're going to say. It happened.
I'm not disagreeing with you. The point I'm trying to make is that unless you have a third party that, for argument's sake, is conservative from an economic standpoint and is liberal from a I don't give a fuck who you bang in your bedroom, that's the only way a third party is going to exist. And I'm not sure that the people who kicked the door of the State House down is that party.
I agree. I don't think they are, but I think our current POTUS is depending on them after he's out of office.
Well, my point is that in 2024, yes, if you take we'll call it the Trump party and the Republican party, and it splits the vote and Biden wins by a landslide.
Wait. Biden won already. It's not a landslide.
He's talking about a second election.
I'm talking about
the second term.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Then the two sides are going to go, hey, we need to start jerking each other off again because we're literally handing elections to this other party.
I'm gonna give you a wink, nudge. I don't think Biden gives a fuck about the next 4.
I don't think
Biden might even be alive.
Fuck about the next 4 months.
Was he like 80? Was he 104 already?
That's conspiracy bullshit. I don't know what's going to happen to them, man. I don't know either. But if something happens to him, you're going to have a black woman in charge of America. Deal with it. I don't know. It'll happen. If it does, just deal with it. I didn't like Trump. I never, ever, ever wish bad on a man until...
The other side of the coin is that I'm never going to be one of those people that's like, fuck Biden. He's not my president. I didn't like Obama, but I didn't root for the dude to do bad.
Exactly. That's me.
Right.
I never rooted for Trump to do bad.
The last 4 years is the media, and I'm not saying you, Phil. I'm saying a lot of people I know.
I ain't media. You can't blame me. I ain't media.
What I'm saying is a lot of people I know who are liberal or would vote for the Democrats have literally rooted for this guy to have an epic fail. And it drew them to ire until COVID hit. And then I want to have this conversation here.
Yeah.
We've had this conversation all night. People go, well, yeah, but he did shit during COVID. Tell me one other country whose economy didn't fucking tank during
Everybody tanked during COVID. But
it's not a Trump handled COVID poorly. And we're in this position, and now
wait. No, it is a Trump handled COVID poorly. He did,
but nobody else handled it any better than we did.
No, a lot of countries handled it better than we did. A lot.
Well, there are about 12 other countries right now that are going on another complete shutdown because of the COVID. So, I mean, if they handled it that well,
they are doing it also. But my thing is, you say they didn't handle it worse. Well, we didn't handle it fucking better.
I don't know how anybody realistically take all sides out of it and go, how would you deal with something you don't know how to deal with?
But when you find out that he knew how to deal with it and didn't do shit, it's a different thing.
Are we going to argue that the masks work, but even though now we're
I will argue with the freaking fuck. Come on, man, with the freaking interview when he explicitly said himself that he knew it was worse and he
Well,
didn't do shit. I wanted to downplay it myself because I didn't want the United States to fucking panic. Come on, man. He did it. He said it.
Quality of a
Yeah,
leader is to not panic the people.
See, now you're defending instead of listening.
but,
When did
but
he do it and when did he say it? I'm not defending. I'm saying what I heard when I heard it.
I'll tell you
Don't
what I
defend.
heard.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you what I heard. I heard
Yes,
him say that, right?
Yeah,
That he downplayed it because he didn't want to worry or scare the American people.
When did he say it?
And the whole interview, you know,
When?
Well, I don't know the exact date.
Well,
But
I'm
it was
saying that
afterwards.
it got worse after January. When did he say he knew it?
Yeah, well, after that. So it actually started to get worse, you know, February, March. However, what I'm saying is I heard him say that, right?
When?
I'm not saying that he didn't downplay it or he didn't say it.
He did downplay it. I'm saying he did downplay it. He said
I'm saying
he
the same
downplayed
thing.
it.
I'm saying the same thing.
Yes, sir.
But what I'm saying is I heard him do that, right?
Yes.
Which was strong. But I also heard Democrats, Pelosi, in Chinatown saying, "Come on down, it's safe." I heard
Man, come on, y'all been saying that bullshit all the time.
No. Wait. If you're gonna say the politicians downplayed it, then don't just point at one. We got to point at all of them. We had
I'm talking about the. I'm not talking about all.
It's safe,
James. I'm not talking about all politicians. I'm talking about the politician. The president of the United States knew that it was contagious.
So now you want him to be a dictator.
Hold on. Listen to me. He said himself that I want to downplay it because I don't want to freaking express that shit.
I agree, which is wrong.
So now you say I called him a dictator. I didn't call him a dictator.
No.
I'm telling you what he said. What are you saying, Chris?
So I don't know the world I'm about to make this statement, but I think it's a valid point. I've never been in the military, but if you were in a platoon and a mortar comes flying in and your highest ranking person in your platoon, your boss, said, "Oh my God, we're fucked. I don't know what to do."
Right.
Would you rather him say that or say, "Hey guys, we need to be strong. We need to kick the fuck out of this"?
Me being a person that's been in multiple countries and have had artillery come in on my ass, I will say duck and cover, protect yourself, and tell everybody else what they got to do to protect themselves also.
But
so that's a bullshit thing. Listen, if the man knew, if the man knew, and this is all over the news, that it was more dangerous than he alluded. But he says behind the scenes, he knew it was dangerous, but he didn't tell the people it was more dangerous. It's fucked up.
So if other politicians, it is. But so
I'm not talking about other politicians.
No,
I'm talking about this.
No,
Did the man in charge of the United States?
No.
Listen, James.
No, Phil. I don't think you're hearing me. Let me hear you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you in saying what he did, the way he handled that part was wrong.
Okay.
I'm not defending the way he handled it, but what I'm saying is not only did he know, but other people in the government knew also.
Yeah.
And did nothing. And people who are in power, like Pelosi, who are in power, who have the capability of making decisions to help protect this country also, they knew also, and they downplayed it. Their whole when this all started, what were they worried about? Impeaching him. They weren't worried about the fucking most deadliest epidemic we were ever going to face. They were worried about impeaching his ass.
Why?
She said, "Come on down, we're safe." Louisiana governor or mayor, come to Mardi Gras, it's safe. All these Democrats are saying, "Come on, come out, don't stay home, don't shield yourself. It's safe out here."
So,
these are people that we put in charge who are supposed to make decisions along with the president to protect our country, and they didn't do their job either. It isn't just on one man to protect the entire
awesome.
country.
That's awesome. You said that. So, how do you feel about what happened today?
Well, what do you mean? Well, what part? The objecting to the electoral college or the rioting
that happened today
what part
at
are you
our
talking
Capitol? At our Capitol, what happened?
I think it was an absolute embarrassment. I think it made us look stupid. You just
went from defending to an embarrassment.
What did I defend? I didn't defend the rioting or the what happened at the Capitol. Not once. Just tell me where I defended that.
I see you smiling, Chris. What happened?
Tell me where I defended. No. Tell me where I defended that, Phil.
You after all of that tirade about what happened about everything.
You went from COVID back in January of last year to what happened today.
Yeah, I did.
So
how do you feel about what happened today?
I just told you.
You didn't tell me shit about today. You told me about how you felt about
COVID. Ask the people in the comments what I just said.
I don't give a fuck about the comments. I'm asking you, man. How do you feel about today?
I told you it was an embarrassment. Phil, I'm going to say it for the second time. Are you listening?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
It was an embarrassment. I said that the first time you asked me. Ask some people in the comments if I said that.
I agree. Chris, what you talking about, man? You took your hood off.
No, I'm just laughing because let's take about 300 steps back.
300 steps back? Okay.
Well, it's about that many days at this point.
No, you said steps days. Okay.
All right, so I'm not defending Trump. I'm not defending any person. I'm saying let's look at this objectively.
Okay.
From a Earth standpoint.
Dude, I got this much left. Let's okay. What you got?
I got about that much left, and I'm gonna have to make another drink, and I can't pour it or else I'll have to make a pile.
Yeah.
Right, wrong, or indifferent. Something huge happened on Earth that nobody since 18, whenever the fuck.
Ain't shit happened on Earth. This happened in America.
No, it happened
today.
all over. No, I'm not talking about fucking today. I'm talking about today.
No, I'm talking about today. My show today. We're talking today. We're not talking about history. Today. What happened today?
You already know my points on today.
All right, James. Your points on today.
Again? For the third time?
Man,
Phil, you asked me. Phil, I'm going to say it for the third time. This is the third time you asked me what I thought about today. I'm going to answer you for the third time.
Okay.
I'm going to make another drink while he answers.
Go make a drink. I'm going to ask you for the third time. What happened? Listen, and this is what I said the first two times you asked me.
Yeah.
What happened today was an absolute embarrassment.
I agree. I said that the first time.
I said that the first two times.
But then you said, but. You said, but, and then continue on. What's the but?
No, there is no but. I don't think I said but. If I said but, I shouldn't have said but. What happened today is an embarrassment.
Then we're great. We're good.
Right,
I love
right.
you.
So this is the third time you asked me. This is why I'm wondering, why are you asking me for the third time?
I love you.
I already told you. Listen, they made today was an absolute embarrassment. They made an embarrassment of not only the Republican Party, but of America as a whole. There is no but.
I agree. Look, I'm gonna have to go back and watch this video, and this video is not gonna be. It's gonna be private, but I'm gonna have to go back and look at it. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
That's the third time I said it. I'm not. And not only am I gonna say that this is embarrassment, what happened today, but I'm gonna say those protesters today, rioters, whatever you want to call them. All right, the morons. Whatever you want to call them, I think they should have been treated exactly the same as all the other rioters and morons in previous protests who burned buildings, burned buildings,
Burning. I agree.
vandalized businesses, lit cities on fire. The same treatment that they got back then, I think the people today should have got, and they actually did. They were tear gas today. They were hit with percussion grenades. And one woman was even killed. She was shot and killed by the Capitol Police, I believe. They got the exact same treatment.
I heard a lady was shot and critical condition. I don't know.
She's dead. She died.
Did she die?
Yes. So they got the exact same treatment. Which, you know what? You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
You play stupid games, you get stupid prize. I agree.
Right. They got the same treatment.
Everybody put your hands together for stupid games, stupid prizes.
Yes. So anyone who says, and I've got people on my Facebook feed who've been saying, oh, if they were black or if they were brown, they would have been treated different. They got the same shit that the other people got. They got tear gas. They got shot with grenades, percussion grenades, and one woman even got fucking killed. That's you know what? If you're gonna break into a building like that and do some stupid shit like that, there are consequences to that. You made that decision, just like the other people from other previous riots or protests. You know, they got what they deserved. The people today got what they deserved.
So it was a riot?
You call it.
I call it a riot.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with saying that.
You breaking shit and scaring people, I call it a riot.
Right. I think it was terrorism. In my opinion, terrorism is anytime you try to put fear into somebody, which they did today. I would even call it that.
Okay. I agree with the terrorism thing, yeah. Chris.
I said the same shit back in May. Matter of fact, I got fired over saying this shit in May on Facebook. Yeah. I haven't been employed in my job since May. When they were trying to breach the White House wall and they were lighting the fucking church on fire across the street from the White House. Park, and they lit the bathrooms on fire. I said, shoot these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And I also made a comment with the fire trucks. I said, if these people are too fucking stupid to get out of the way, run them over.
Get the fuck out of the way.
I said the same thing I said the same thing back in May, the same thing I watched today. These dumbass motherfuckers want to jump into a building. I don't care what side you're on. Fuck them. Shoot them.
I don't disagree with you at all. Going
to the comments, I'm interested in wondering what Wayne Floyd said, that his comment was, that is not true, James. What isn't true that I said exactly?
What Floyd? What? Who said what? Wayne Floyd.
I ain't
been paying attention to none of the fucking
I just saw it. If I said something that wasn't true,
Wayne Floyd, what's not true?
Yeah, if I said something that wasn't true, let me correct myself.
All right,
sometimes we get like rambling and maybe say something that that's a little inaccurate or whatever. But if I said something that isn't true, let me know exactly what it is, and I'll correct it.
There you go. Now, my daughter says, "Sure, would like to talk about this." Since I got home from work. Okay, she here. Josh, hey, wait, first of all, let me say this: I have totally and completely ignored the shit out of the chat, so forgive me for that. All right, now I got Josh and Babe, well-spoken James. That's from Josh and Babe.
What's going on, brother Josh? Hope you're doing well, man.
Okay, so they're in here now because that was a couple minutes ago. Easy Bake. What is not most peaceful protest is like the other protests. What? Okay.
It said it was not a peaceful protest, like mostly peaceful.
Okay, I got that.
I agree.
Watch news, Phil, right now. Like literally, even Fox is doing it. It's like this is like the second coming of fucking the Antichrist, and like if you watched, I can only go back to May because I remember sitting there when I'm making posts, and they're like, it's a mostly peaceful protest as the guy's standing behind a burning fucking strip mall.
Exactly.
And it's like, that's not a mostly peaceful protest. And that was part of my thing today is I sat there and I watched this and I go, the only thing I've learned in the last 8 months is that what I'm watching right now is a mostly peaceful protest. If there's 100,000 people, or even if there's 10,000 people and there's 20, 100 200 jackasses busting into a building. Based on what I've been told by the media, this is a mostly peaceful protest.
Yeah.
If we're going off those parameters.
Yeah, you will. It's it's funny because you're right, Hobo. When CNN was down there, the dude was standing behind a building on fire.
Yep.
The building was on fucking fire, and he's standing there with the building behind him on fucking fire saying, oh, this is a peaceful protest. I bet you won't see not one of those CNN anchors doing that shit today, saying that same shit today.
Let me say this. Out of all the CNN, Fox, Newsmax, OAN, whoever the fuck protests covering people, we all sitting at home. So that applies to nothing. When we're talking, I would hope that I get your opinion, Chris, or your opinion, James, or the other, everybody. If we're going to talk, let's talk. But I don't care about media. This is our media. We are the controls of this.
Right. It's the only reason I would jump on with you and James and anybody else that's been on here is if I can tell Phil to go fuck himself right now. And we're still going to be friends tomorrow.
I wouldn't give a fuck.
That's what I love about Phil.
But see, and that is what is the importance of this. I'm trying to make sure I'm trying to get in the camera. This is the importance of this. Because opinions matter here. Opinions matter. James, you can say what you want. Chris, you can say what I want. I can say what I want. It's not going to change the fucking world, but the ones that listen to us can get some real something.
Right.
At least get a legitimate debate that's not influenced by anybody else. You know, I don't have to like what you say, Chris. I don't have to like what you say, James. And y'all don't have to like what I say, but it's still there.
Right. I can still come on and disagree with you, but have the absolute most respect for you. And I do. And I do, even though we disagree. And this is one of the things that I struggle with on Facebook. And sometimes, you know, when people friend request me, I'm like, man, I hope you know what you're getting into.
I do the same thing.
Because I would have say some shit, I would have post some shit, and you ain't gonna like it. And you know what? You're gonna post some shit. You're gonna say, listen, I can't tell you how many 85 to 90% of my Facebook friends believe opposite of me. Literally that many.
Okay.
I have friends on my Facebook page who constantly make comments that are directed when they talk about Trump supporters, something that are directed at me personally.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't unfriend them. I don't say, oh well, fuck him, fuck her. Listen, that's what they believe. Okay. About you, guess what? I'm gonna tell you what I believe.
Yeah.
And if you get offended by, I got offended today already. I lost friends today from some of my posts. And you know what? Listen, if you're not paying my bills, I don't give a fuck what you think about me.
There you go. That's
okay.
It.
But if you're gonna be, if you feel like you can post whatever you want and talk about me or talk about people who believe like me, okay, cool. But you better believe that I'm gonna do the same thing. And if you have a problem with that and you don't like it, unfriend me. I strongly believe that I can disagree with someone and still be really, really good friends with them. I don't base my friends on who believe like me politically. I don't do that.
Politics is how you feel how a government should be run. But my friendships are how I like people. Not the same shit. And Chris, you may or may not know. James, you may or may not know. Dude, when it comes to politics, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I do it. But I do not think that your political views have anything to do with a friendship.
Absolutely.
In my brain, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. I don't care what you believe, but
Well,
we
I
can
think
be
at the end of the day,
friends.
and I know James wasn't here for this, but
Yeah,
in the beginning of you and I's conversation,
yeah.
when Tom was still on, I made the point. I'm watching the news. Here's what they're talking about, but here's what we're not talking about. Number one, and Phil's already lived this. I watched a guy break out a fucking window in the Capitol building with a fucking police shield with 2 strikes.
Yeah.
Why does the state capitol not have fucking bulletproof glass on it? Or the, not state capitol, the, you know what I'm saying, the Capitol building. That to me alone is mind blowing. Number 2, why were they not fucking set up for this? Number 3, at the end of the day, the politicians were sitting there fucking cowered down in their little fucking chairs, scared absolutely shitless, going, oh fuck, we've never had this happen before. If anything, that's an eye-opener to those people to go back to the shit that they said 6-8 months ago of, it's just a building burning, like insurance will cover it, it'll be fine. Now these motherfuckers have the shit scared out of them. Now, whether that's on a level of their job, whether that's on a level of, oh fuck, I've lived this protected life for the last 20, 40 years, these people have now gone to become real human beings, because whether you lived in fucking Minneapolis or you lived in fucking Bettendorf, Iowa, and you were worried that some irate fucking Black Lives Matter group fucking got drunkenly lost and jumped on a donkey and ended up in the fucking whitest town of all time. I don't know shit about Bettendorf, just throwing shit out there. And now they're fucking burning our shit down. Now they know how the rest of the country felt for the last fucking 6-8 months.
This is the most important thing you said. These people are new fucking human beings. That's the most important thing you fucking said. Right there. They are new human fucking beings. All right. I've been in places, and this ain't about me, but let me get to my point. I've been in places where you had bulletproof glass just because it was bulletproof fucking glass. I've been in places where the structure had to be built this way because you're in jeopardy of incoming. And in everything in my girth, everything in my body, everything in my understanding, thanks to Chris, Hobo 2024, I just, shameless plug. Everything in my girth was, I just knew you couldn't throw a pebble at the fucking, come on, man. You can't throw a pebble at the fucking buildings and they break. In the United States, at the Capitol, the White House,
Tell me,
the freaking Supreme Court. You can't just show up and break a window. Come on, man.
I bet you those windows will be bulletproof from now on.
They'll build those windows are going to be nuclear proof. Give them a week.
here's the thing. Tell me any person that you know that, Phil, I'm going to take you out of this conversation. Any regular person that you know.
Why I got to be taken out? Why?
Well, let me finish the sentence and you'll understand why.
Okay.
Fucking dude knocks on your window and says, hey, I'll put some bulletproof glass up in your window. And you're like, all right, sounds like a good idea. Well, I'll do that for free if you stand there and let me shoot at it. How many people do you know that would stand in front of that window for free and just agree that the guy who just sold them the bulletproof glass would stand there for free? Nobody would, because they're like, I don't know this motherfucker. So even if you're in a room that you have been told is bulletproof, are you going to go stand in front of the window and when you see a bunch of dudes with fucking ARs?
Yeah, but in the Capitol, they're not going to just take anybody, any Joe Blow that comes off the street.
I know they're not going to, but that's my point is that these people are literally the 3rd, 4th, 5th in charge and are being held. Fuck, some of that shit looked like single pane fucking glass that I watched. How have we not gotten to anything other than a piece of fucking plastic over the glass so it takes 2 shots to fucking break through. That's mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, well, they never thought that something like this would happen. So,
But how could you not? Our literal country is set up, if you look at our Constitution or our Bill of Rights, number 1, I can say fuck you to Phil. Number 2, I can own a shitload of guns.
It's Constitution.
The reason that the Second Amendment is there is in case the fuckboys in government get unwound. And today happens. I don't like that today happened, but today is literally the reason that we have the Second Amendment. Whether you agree with it or not, the parameters or not, doesn't matter. Today is a life lesson for any person who lives in the United States. If tyranny happens, which some people feel like that's what kind of happened, right, wrong, or indifferent,
been happening.
You have the ability to show up and fuck shit up. I'm not agreeing with that. I'm not saying that's what happened today. I'm just saying this is a small glimpse into if a second Revolutionary War happened this next year, I would not sit there and be on Phil's chat like hiding behind some shit so somebody doesn't shoot me through the garage and be like, Phil, I never saw this happening. I'm like completely mind blown. CNN, here I go. I'm lost. Chris Cuomo. I'd tell Phil, I'd be like, you know what, dude? Shit happened last week. We talked about it. Me, you, and James were on here, and I told you this shit was going to happen. And there's a bunch of people, there's 90% of the mind-fucked world in our country that's sitting there going, I never saw this could happen. I'm mind blown. I don't know which side to choose.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sitting here looking at the chat. I got Matthew Browder, whoever the fuck this is. It says, hashtag Daddy Cooks Tipsy. I'm good. But he says this shit after this. He says, I didn't know the fuckers that built MRAPs and got them hoping they MRAP. Come on, man. You talking about Iraq, Afghanistan, get the wars and shit vehicles, MRAPs. Anyway, whatever. I just want to acknowledge that he can kiss my ass. Anyway, guys, listen. I'm glad that you guys graced me with your presence. And we laughing and joking. And we kind of really skewed because all of this started about what happened at the Capitol today. And we kind of got off of that. But anyway, dudes, James, Chris, if anything I can do, I will help you if I can. If I need some help, I will ask.
Vice versa.
I love you guys like cook food. Our American way of doing shit is not the same anymore. And we'll see what happens. And we can talk about it later. I love you guys like cook food. And if I can help you, like I said, always, if I can help you, I will.
Right back at you, brother.
And
thanks for having me on.
No, well, thanks for being here, man. And thanks for your opinions. Chris, thanks for your views. And we'll take care of it. And we'll talk about some shit later. Anybody that doesn't like what we said, fuck it. And I'll see you when I see you.
Fuck you, later. 40.
Huh? That's right. Fuck it. I'll see you when I see you. Bye.
Later.